Deepak.
Okay, so I'll wait just a couple minutes there for Vice Chair Thompson and Commissioner Sohane.
Okay. Sherry,
Meeting to order. This is the Planning Commission meeting for Thursday, April 23rd, and the time is 6:33. And I'm going to go ahead and ask for Charlie to go ahead and begin with the roll call.
okay. Sherry, are we broadcasting now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and before we start with the roll call, Charlie, I just want to make a few remarks before as we start the call.
Okay.
I want to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference, pursuant to the Brown Act waivers provided under the Governor's executive order in response to the COVID state of emergency. During the public health emergency, City Hall is closed to the public. The agenda states that the public may view the meeting that is being live streamed today online and on ETV channel 27. And provide comments by submitting an online comment form to be read into the record by staff today. The public forum can be accessed by going to our main City of Emeryville Planning Commission website, and then you click on the link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. And for today's meeting, that's how we'll receive all of the public comment for each item. All right? And so with that said, I want to go ahead and ask Charlie to begin with roll call.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Here.
Commissioner Keller?
Here.
Commissioner Mendez?
Here.
Commissioner Sohane?
Here.
Commissioner Young? Here. Vice Chair Thompson, I believe, has an excused absence this evening, and Chair Guerrero. So we have a quorum of 6 commissioners present.
Thank you, Charlie. Well, we're going to begin with something exciting today for our first part of the agenda. We're going to start by the swearing in of our new Planning Commissioner, Erica Mendez. Hello, Erica.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How is everybody else?
Good. Thanks for
thanks.
This is a special way for you to join us today on your first meeting.
Yeah. Glad
so
to
we're
be
going to begin with
one of the first.
I don't know in the history of Emeryville that anybody's ever been sworn in the way that you are today. And so we're gonna begin with our city clerk today virtually administering the oath of office with you. And I believe that you have that oath of office in front of you as well, correct?
I do, yes.
Great.
Okay.
All right.
New Commissioner Mendez, this is going to be on the honor system, so we're all going to imagine you raising your right hand and repeat, and repeat after me, please. I, Erica Mendez,
I, Erica Mendez,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter
as a planning commissioner for the city of Emeryville.
as a planning commissioner for the city of Emeryville.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Erica.
Welcome,
Thank you very
Erica.
much. Glad to be a part of the planning commission in the city of Emeryville.
I'm looking forward to meeting you in real life.
I'm as well.
Well, welcome to the commission today, Commissioner Mendez. It's great to have you virtually. And at this point, is there anything that you'd want to quickly address to the commission before we continue on?
I know I just want to go ahead and just say that I'm really happy and excited to be part of the planning commission, and I will do my part in trying to make this a better city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and continue on to item 4 on the agenda. This is public comment. For items that are not on the agenda, I'm going to pause and allow for some time for any of those joining us remotely through television or online to submit their public comment for any items not on today's agenda. I'm going to go ahead and wait just a few seconds. All right. I'm going to go ahead and check with the clerk there and see if there are any comments that have been received electronically for any items that are not on today's agenda.
No comments have been received.
Great. Okay. And just as a reminder for those that might be joining us at home, if you have any public comment that you'd like to submit, you don't have to wait until the item is read. You can submit it at any point during this meeting, and that'll be included when the item is called on the agenda. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 5. This is a Census 2020 report from our city staff, Brad Helfenberger. Hi, Brad.
Hello, how's everybody this evening?
Great.
Good.
How are you?
I'm doing well. My name is Brad Helfenberger. I am a manager in the Community Services Department, and I'm here to give a brief update on the census. I've given a similar presentation several times to different city bodies, but this one I have changed just a little bit so that I can include some information relevant to our current situation with COVID-19. So, Carrie, can you give me the next slide, please? So, just some background information. The census is federally mandated. It's a count of every single person in the United States. It's done once every 10 years and has been since 1790. And it's basically a of the station at the given date. In our case, that date is April 1st. The way the census is conducted is
Brad,
at
excuse me, Brad? You're having quite a bit of feedback.
Brad? I'm going to jump. Brad?
I'm here.
I'm going to ask for anybody to mute their mute buttons.
Oh, he's watching
It
online.
sounds like there's a 30-second delay with Brad's voice.
Brad, can you turn off your audio on your computer?
I've been muted for the last 30 seconds or so, Charlie. I don't think it's me.
Oh, well, I would ask everybody on the call to turn off your audio on your computers and mute your phones.
Okay, is that better?
That's much better.
All right. As I was saying, a notice was sent to every address in the United States on March 12th, and the notice requested everyone to respond to the census online. 2 additional notices were sent, and then a paper census was, they're currently going out. They started going out on April 8th, and those will be being sent out for the rest of the month. And then if you don't respond to the paper census, one final reminder will come in early to mid-May. This is the first time that we can actually take the census online, and so far the vast majority of responses are online. Can everyone see my presentation? I think the screen may have been switched.
No, the presentation's gone from my screen.
Yeah, I don't hear presentation either.
Okay,
Sure,
do we
you're
want to get a
still
picture,
sharing the
or would you
screen?
like me to continue verbally?
Aren't you seeing it on the screen?
No.
Is nobody?
No, it went away. Nope.
Went away. Just see the chat.
It was there. We did speak before.
Yeah.
I can continue without it if you like.
On the chat, the last line says desktop share stopped by Sherry Hart.
Oh. Oh, yeah, it does, huh?
Well, I didn't, but okay.
Your computer did.
There it is. Now
Sorry.
it's back.
All right.
Okay, good.
We're back up and running, correct?
Perfect.
All right, sorry.
Great.
Yes.
We'll get through it.
Okay. And just for those, for everybody on the commission, I'm following along with paper versions of what you're seeing on the screen because my internet connection is not working well right now. And so if you have any trouble seeing the screen, be sure to say it as soon as you do because I'm not able to see that on my end right now. And at this point, everybody can see it, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Well, I can.
Okay. Thank
That's
you.
correct.
You can continue on, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the data collection from the census is used for 2 main things. Number 1, it determines the number of the members of House of Representatives that the state of California will have. And it also determines how federal funding is distributed in local communities. It's very important that every single person gets counted for the census because it's estimated that $1,000 of funding is lost per year for every person not counted in our local communities. The county estimates that a 3% undercount would result in the loss of $1 billion in federal funding over the next 10 years in Alameda County. Next slide, please. So this is an update that was released by the U.S. Census Bureau. Because of COVID-19, they have extended the deadlines for most of their operations by about 3 months. Initially, the self-response period was concluded at the end of July. That was also the original final date to respond to the census. That has now been extended to October 31st. And you'll see these various deadlines have mostly been extended by about a 3-month period. The one exception is the enumeration of people experiencing homelessness, and this is an actual language from the Census Bureau. It needs further review and coordination with outside partners and stakeholders, and this is actually very good news for us because you'll see on the original schedule that the plan was to do all of the enumerations for people experiencing homelessness in a 3-day period from March 30th through April 1st, which was an extremely narrow window, and there was a lot of concern about how effective the Census Bureau would be in doing that enumeration. So that is now being revisited, and so hopefully they will come up with a plan that hopefully has a better chance of success. Next slide. So these are the response rates as of Tuesday. They've both gone up by 0.4% since then. Over the last week, the response rates are increasing anywhere between 0.2 and 0.5% per day. So Emeryville is slightly ahead of California's self-response rate. California is ahead of the United States. And we can go to the next slide. Actually, hold on one second. You'll see that the final 2010 self-response rate was 53.5%, and then everyone else had to be manually enumerated by the Census Bureau. And so we're well on our way to reaching that number. Go ahead, Shay. So the national average response rate, the self-response rate was 51.6%. California's was 52.8, so higher than the national average. Alameda County is much higher than the state average at 59.2%, which is actually the 4th highest in California. And Emeryville, as I said, is at 53%. Part of the reason that we're a little bit below the average in the county is that roughly 3/4 of our city are considered hard to count census tracts. And the reasons that we're considered hard to count is that we have a large amount of non-family living in households, large number of multi-unit structures, and a large number of recently moved individuals. Next slide. So because of COVID-19, there's obviously concern about the self-response rate, and so we've done some additional outreach efforts. We've done some direct email blasts. The Community Services Department has a database of roughly 10,000 emails, people both in and Emeryville, and we're also doing social media blasts. We've launched a phone banking effort in the city, which has had a lot of partnership from various city departments. A lot of city staff are calling a database of 1,600 individuals, all Emeryville residents, and about 10% of those are reporting to us that they have not taken the census, and just about every single one of them is committing to do so. So we're really excited that that effort is being successful. There's another phone banking effort that is being launched by the county, and to put it in perspective, the county has conducted about 4,500 calls. So for just us in Emeryville to do 1,600 is a pretty big deal. We've also added some additional posters at city facilities so that hopefully people who are walking by the facilities when they're out and about are seeing them. And then we're also directly flyering people who are receiving various food programs in the city. And you know, it's typical that people who are low income are generally harder to count. And so we're hopeful that people who are taking advantage of those programs are also the ones who need to be counted. And those programs are at the Senior Center Meals on Wheels, the Emeryville Unified School District Food Giveaway Program, and we've also given flyers to ECAP to distribute in their grocery bags. So that's all I have, and I can take some questions at this time.
Great, thank you, Brad. All right, so at this point, I want to open it up to questions from the commission for Brad. For the sake of consistency during this meeting, I'm going to go ahead and just go down the list of the names that appear alphabetically on the Planning Commission agenda. So with that said, the first person, Gail. Gail, do you have any questions? Commissioner Donaldson?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Commissioner Keller?
I have no questions, thank you.
Commissioner Mendez?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Sohane?
No questions. Thank you.
And Commissioner Young?
Yes, I have 2 questions. First question is, how do you account for people being counted twice? And the other question is, how do you account for if in one district you had a percentage of those that take census and gives responses based on those, how do you actually measure that against another district that would probably have the same percentage of those that are different? And you have that about, I think it was on slide number 4 and slide number 5 or something like that. You were mentioning the percentage. Those are my two main questions for now.
Sure. Well, the U.S. Census Bureau is the one that is actually conducting the census, and they have systems in place to ensure that people are not counted twice. They basically process the responses from individuals. So in the cases of somebody who may be recently or a child who may be have divorced parents, things are cross-referenced by the Census Bureau. I'm not quite sure I understood your second question. Would you mind rephrasing it?
No problem. So if you go back to slide number 4, I mean, I might be wrong on the slide number, but you were mentioning the overall percentage of.
I believe that's slide 5.
Slide 5 on the national average, California average, and then you're saying 3 out of 4. So on Emeryville being at 53% and some of the other districts at being 52%, how do you account that we're any different in comparison to those that are hard to count as a national average or hard to count as a California average? Wouldn't that be essentially the same, and therefore they would cancel themselves out?
Well, the hard to count statistic is based on a number of factors, and it's determined by the U.S. Census Bureau. So what this map shows is the number of self-response, right? This shows the number of censuses that have been collected in comparison to the number of addresses that are registered with the post office. So it's not necessarily a measure of the hard to count aspect of that. This is just the self-response rate. The conclusion that I draw from that is that since Emeryville is ahead of the California self-response rate, despite having a large number of hard-to-count census tracts, that we feel that we're doing a good job in trying to spread the word and getting people to respond to their census.
Okay, I see.
Thank you, Brad. Commissioner Young, do you have any more questions?
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
I have a couple questions, Brad. In terms of our goal for Emeryville, it looks like the final count in 2010 was 63.5% for self-responses. What's our goal this time around? Is it beyond that, or like are we aiming for like 80%? What are we aiming to reach?
There isn't a specific goal. In fact, I didn't become aware of this number until fairly recently. Our goal is to have as many people self-respond as possible. I'm hopeful that we will surpass our 2010 rates, and I would probably attribute that to the fact that it is available online for the first time.
Yes. You know, as a comment, I took mine online maybe a month or so ago, and it was very simple. I appreciated that it was online, and I did it within like 10 to 12 minutes, so it was easy. In terms of the extension going to the end of October, will you continue your outreach efforts in the ways that you mentioned on slide 7 through that point?
Yes, we will. One of our main efforts that was supposed to be conducted right now is that we were going to operate a couple of questionnaire assistance centers to come in and we have staff here to actually assist them in completing their census. And the original intention was to have those open beginning March 12th through the end of July. And so we're now going to be committed to keeping those open through the end of October. That is, of course, once our facilities reopen. Okay.
And then my final thoughts, Brad, are that I like that you're giving flyers at food programs. I think that's a smart tactic to reach a hard-to-reach audience. And I think that right now, since a lot of people are enjoying parks during the day, if at any point that's an option for like on-the-ground grassroots outreach after the shelter in place, and that might be another way to reach people. We're going to be out hopefully within the next few months before October, and a grassroots approach in person, I think, would go a long ways too.
Yes, thank you for that.
Part. Yeah, of course. All right. So if we don't have any other questions from commissioners at this point, we're going to continue to item number 6. This is approval action minutes for our previous meeting, February 27th. I'm not sure that we actually have enough people to vote on that item since Vice Chair Thompson is not joining us today. Is that correct, Charlie?
That would be correct. This is Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea.
Unless any of the, whether Commissioner Keller, Commissioner Sahani have reviewed the tape from the February meeting.
Okay.
I did not see the February meeting. Is this Commissioner Keller?
Yeah, this is Deepak. I haven't done that either.
All right. So we're going to have to continue on this item for the approval of action minutes to the next commission meeting scheduled in May. We're continuing on. At this point, we'll ask for your community development director report. Charlie?
Yes, thank you, Chair Guerrero and members of the commission. My report is kind of lengthy tonight because it's been 2 months since your last meeting, so I hope you'll bear with me. I'll try to go through it quickly. It's mostly about recent city council actions, and they have had 4 meetings. Your last meeting was on February 27th, and they've had meetings on March 3rd, March 19th, April 7th, and April 21st. So here's what they did at those meetings that relate to the Planning Commission. On March 3rd, of course, they made appointments of new planning commissioners, and they appointed Erica Mendez to the Planning Commission to fill the unexpired term of Linda Barrera. So I want to add my congratulations to Commissioner Mendez. He was actually appointed in person at the March 3rd meeting, but we all went home after that, and she's the first commissioner that we oriented virtually by phone and by email and so forth, and I'm sure you all remember your 2-hour orientation session, so this one was rather unique. And as you previously observed, she's the first commissioner to be sworn in virtually as well. So she's our first virtual planning commissioner. The council then heard annual reports from committees on their accomplishments for 2019 and 2020, including 2 that are staffed by the Community Development Department. That's Economic Development Advisory Committee and the Public Art Committee. The council unanimously approved the 40th and San Pablo Bus Hub project draft final report, which embodies the revised conceptual design with changes that the council directed on July 9th of last year, plus some details that the council added at the March 3rd meeting that will be considered during the final engineering design phase. The March 19th meeting was a special meeting, which was held in lieu of the regular meeting of March 17th, which was canceled. And at that meeting, the council passed a resolution confirming the city manager's March 17th proclamation of a local emergency. This will support future requests by the city for various forms of federal and state financial assistance to offset the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The council approved the 2019 General Plan Annual Progress Report and authorized its submittal to the state, which staff subsequently did prior to the April 1st deadline. The council approved the first reading of an ordinance to modify sections of the municipal code related to cannabis to bring the city's limitations on delivery hours in line with state law. Note that these regulations are not part of the planning regulations, so these amendments were not previously reviewed by the Planning Commission. The ordinance was passed on second reading on April 7th. Then the council considered an eviction moratorium. This was a little bit complicated. They passed an urgency ordinance and also approved the first reading of an identical regular ordinance enacting a temporary moratorium on residential and commercial evictions due to non-payment of rent and residential foreclosures due to non-payment of HOA dues. When the ordinance came back for second reading on April 7th, the council made some substantive amendments which required a new first reading. The amendments involved extending the temporary moratorium from May 31st, 2020 to June 30th, 2020, and limiting the causes for evictions to a showing by the landlord the termination is necessary to protect the health, safety, or welfare. The amended ordinance was passed on second reading on April 21st, and an identical urgency ordinance was also passed on April 21st, and the original urgency ordinance was revoked. Moving on to the April 7th commission meeting. The council, did I say commission? April 7th city council meeting. The council gave direction to amend the planning regulations related to cannabis businesses. You may recall that the Planning Commission held a study session on this issue in January, and the council had been scheduled to hold a study session at the March 17th meeting, but that meeting was canceled. So in lieu of the study session, the council directed staff to prepare an ordinance for the recommended amendments for future consideration by the commission and council. Those amendments would do two things. First, they would allow the distance requirements for retail cannabis sales from parks, greenways, and other sensitive uses to be reduced or waived with a conditional use permit, including a finding that the reduced distance will not compromise the public health, safety, or welfare. Secondly, they would expand the range of zoning districts in which cannabis manufacturing uses can be located with a conditional use permit to include the MUR mixed use with residential and the MURS mixed use with residential south zoning districts. The amendments are tentatively scheduled to be considered by the commission at your June 25th meeting. Also on April 7th, the council certified the results of the March 3rd election, at which the quarter-cent sales tax measure was approved by the Emeryville voters. The council held what's called a TEFRA hearing on the Estrella Vista Affordable Housing Project at 3706 San Pablo Avenue. TEFRA stands for Tax and Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act, and this hearing was a federal requirement for bond financing for the project. As you might have noted in our progress report, the project got its final certificate of occupancy on February 26th, so this project is now completed, but they are still dealing with the financing. So that is why they needed to have this TEFRA hearing on a bond measure. The council unanimously approved the first reading of an ordinance amending the planning regulations to eliminate the minimum parking requirements. As you may recall, the commission voted to recommend approval of this at your February 27th meeting. The ordinance was passed on second reading on April 21st, and it will take effect on May 21st. The council also held a public hearing on the first reading of an ordinance to amend the planning regulation provisions for accessory dwelling units, as was also recommended by the commission at your February 27th meeting. However, two public speakers raised questions on the details of the ordinance that required further research, so the council continued that item to a future meeting. The council adopted the first reading of an ordinance prepared by the city attorney's office to require landlords to offer a 12-month rent repayment plan in lieu of eviction for tenants who are unable to pay their rent due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that ordinance was passed on second reading on April 21st. And the council approved a resolution establishing an emergency rental assistance program to assist vulnerable renters during the pandemic to be funded with $400,000 from the Disaster Relief Fund. On April 21st, this past Tuesday, the council passed a resolution establishing the development impact fees for fiscal year 2020-2021. And as required by the resolutions originally adopting these fees, they were increased by the annual increase in the construction cost index for San Francisco, as published by Engineering News Record, which this year was 6.33%. Modified fees, which include the transportation impact fee, the Parks and Recreation impact fee, and the Affordable Housing impact fee, will take effect on July 1st. The council also passed the first reading of an ordinance amending the Residential Landlord and Tenant Relations Ordinance, also known as Tenant Protection Ordinance, definition of covered units to include group residential uses, which include single-room occupancy facilities or boarding houses. In passing the first reading, the council amended the ordinance to clarify that the landlords of single-room occupancy facilities be considered small landlords. And this ordinance is scheduled for second reading on May 5th. And finally, the council discussed the now defunct Poet Laureate program and gave direction to staff to develop recommendations for reinstating the program. And in other news, I just want to remind you that two commissioners' terms will expire on June 30th of this year. They are Commissioner Donaldson and Chair Guerrero. The council is scheduled to consider appointments to those seats on June 16th. And I hope I'm not telling any secrets here, but Commissioner Donaldson has indicated that she will not be seeking reappointment this time. And given that she is our longest term commissioner since 2006, for a total of over 14 years on the commission, I think we will need to schedule a proper roasting for her, hopefully in person, at the commission's July meeting. And finally, I just want to give a shout out to city staff. I just want to acknowledge all the hard work that the staff of the city of Emeryville, especially the community development department and the planning division in particular, but really all city staff, who are working from home and continuing to provide all of their regular services to the people of Emeryville, plus all the additional demands resulting from the current health crisis. So I just want to express my personal appreciation to the staff for their amazing efforts during these extraordinary times. Thank you. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Charlie. I also want to thank city staff for all the work that you're doing. It's monumental, the work that you're doing, just pivoting to working from home and coming into the office when you can. And it really made me smile to see everyone's faces on the city's website, working from home remotely or in the office. And so whoever idea that was, I think that was great. And it really brought a smile to my face when I went onto the website. So great job.
Of course, that was Sherry's idea. That's all her artistic work there.
That makes so much sense. All right. So at this point, we want to open up for questions for Charlie's update. And are there any questions from any commissioners at this point?
This is Commissioner Keller. I don't have any questions, but I just want to echo the sentiments of everybody and appreciate what everyone's doing to keep the business of the city going forward. And I always appreciate the staff's work. So thank you for that. And disappointment on Chair Donaldson. I kind of feared this. The last time she was up for appointment, I had to do a little arm twisting, I think, to get her to stay. But I totally understand, and I really appreciate her 14 years of leadership and kind of being our green person and plant person on the commission for so long. So thank you, and you will be missed.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller.
That's all I have.
And Commissioner Donaldson, I feel the same, and I haven't wrapped my mind around that yet. And so I still hoping that maybe we can still have you on the commission. But if not, then I think that your party is well deserved. And I'll learn all that I can before you depart from the commission, because I think that you're a huge value to every meeting that you bring, that you come to. All right. And so that said, Commissioner Donaldson, I'm still not, I haven't accepted that yet. It's the first time hearing of it, and I'm sure that you're going to share it with us later. But I'd love to learn more about that too. All right, and in terms of moving on, if there are no more questions from the, it sounds like somebody else has a comment.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Sohane. First of all, thank you to all the city staff members for all their hard work during this time. I really appreciate that, and I hope that everyone is safe and well. Charlie, I just had a quick question. Can you explain what DEFRA hearing is again? I think you were referring it to something related to affordable housing, and I think there is some item on the agenda today that relates to affordable housing.
You know, I'm afraid I can't really explain the details of it. As I said, it's a federal requirement to hold this hearing for, it's a bond measure that's, the bond is issued by a joint powers agency that the city is a member of, but it doesn't obligate the city in any way to provide funding for the project. This bond is issued by a separate entity, but TEFRA is Tax and Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act, and that act, it's a federal law that requires a public hearing to be held before the bonds can be issued. So that's what it was about. And it was for, I believe it is for, the bond is specifically for affordable housing, and it's funding the 3706 San Pablo Avenue Estrella Vista project. That's about as much as I know about it. There isn't anything else on our agenda tonight that relates to this.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission?
I would like to echo the praise for the staff and the thanks for all the hard work that they're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you, Gail. And I hope I didn't let the cat out of the bag there, Gail.
It's fine.
You did. All right. Moving on. Any further comments or questions from the Commission? All right. Seeing none, we're going to continue on to item number 8. This is disclosure of conflicts of interest and ex parte communications. Are there any commissioners that would like to provide any updates with that?
Yes, Commissioner Guerrero, this is Erica, and I did want to point out that I would like to recuse myself of item number 9.1. BMR is considered a source of income because they're a client of my employer. So I will be recusing myself when that item comes up.
Okay. Thank you for that. Are there any other commissioners that would like to disclose conflicts of interest, ex parte communications? Okay. And I want to remind everybody at home that we're going to be continuing on to a study session. And so if you're listening from home and you'd like to make a comment, you can go ahead and enter that comment at any point. But we're going to continue and move on to item 9.1. This is BMR Emeryville Center for Innovation. And I want to invite Maru for your presentation.
Good evening, Chairperson and Commissioners, and welcome Commissioner Mendez. This is Miru Desai. I am the project planner for this item. So this is a second study session on the BMR project. The last study session was in December. Next slide, please. This is just to get you oriented of the Chiron PUD site area. You can see the Hollises at the bottom, Chiron Way, and then Horton on the top, Stanford Avenue on the side. Next slide, please. So the Chiron PDP was approved back in 1995, and what you see is the full build-out of that plan. It included 14 buildings to be built over 30 years. Next slide, please. This is kind of an aerial view of the existing conditions. Over the years, ownership has changed, and in the next slide please. This kind of shows the properties that are owned by BMR today and controlled by them. The remainder of the site is controlled by Griffles, and it is BMR that is proposing this FDP. Next slide. Next slide. So the FDP proposal that you saw in December included 2 new R&D buildings along Hollis Street, known as B2/B3 and B1, and a parking structure known as B13, B14, which is off Horton Street. Next slide, please. I will go over some of the comments, key comments that were made at the December study session by the Commission. The Commission was generally appreciative of opening up of the Chiron Way to all traffic and making the campus more open and accessible. Design of B1 and B2 and B3 were appreciated, and it was suggested that they provided an attractive facade on Hollis Street. It was the design of the parking structure that yielded maximum comments, and this included that it was not or created a bland pedestrian experience, and questioned the need for 3 points of entry and exit off Horton Street, which is a bicycle boulevard. Next slide, please. The Commission commented that a substantial redesign of the garage was needed to make this building compatible with the Sherwin-Williams buildings to its west and south, and the Horton Landing Park to its north. You commented that the reduction of total number of parking spaces would also assist in making the design of the building more attractive. The location of the long-term parking in the garage was considered to be too far a distance to the proposed buildings on Hollis Street. Next slide, please. So So there are three main changes to the proposal since the December study session. One is the addition square footage to building 2-3. The second is bicycle safety treatments adjacent to the parking structure, and the redesign of the parking structure, which includes reduction in parking count as well as design changes. Next slide, please. So first change that has been made after December is addition to building 2-3. It's an addition of about 61,000 square feet. And to achieve this, and you can see that in the red square, that is the addition. And to achieve this addition, one floor has been added to this building, as well as an increase in the footprint of the first two levels, which creates an L shape at the base of the building, as you can see in the red. Next slide, please. So this shows the floor plans of the building. The reason for the addition of the square footage is because the development agreement requires the developer to receive a permit to build a minimum of 264,500 square feet of building by March 1st, 2024, in order to achieve flexibility to address market conditions while also meeting this requirement. BMR is now proposing a design of building 2-3 so that either this building or building 1 could be built before the deadline. Next slide, please. So this kind of shows the illustrative landscape plan that is created by the changes in building B2 and 3. Next slide. There is a landscape sections. There are two sections of this plaza area, which kind of gives you an idea of the dimensions of this plaza and the kind of space that will be created. Next slide, please. This is the elevation of the plaza looking south. Next slide. This is the elevation of the plaza looking north. Next slide. This is Chiron Way looking north. Next slide, please. We now come to the second major change, and this is related to the bicycle safety treatments adjacent to the parking structure. The revised FTP package this time creates a number of proposed measures to address bicycle safety. This includes an extension of dedicated bike lanes and bollards along Horton Street from 53rd Street to the southern edge of the parking structure, as well as striped painting in conflict zones adjacent to the parking structure entrances and exits, and signage alerting motorists to the presence of traffic. Next slide, please. Now we come to the major redesign in the FTP package. This is related to the garage structure. They have reduced the parking spaces from 2,400 to 2,018. They have added a ground floor retail space to the north side of the building to activate the landing of the pedestrian bicycle bridge adjacent to the site through outdoor sidewalk cafe seating. Space has also been reserved on the ground floor for an emergency operations center as is required by the PDB conditions of approval. Next slide, please. So this kind of, the red circles show the cafe space on the north end, and then an EOC along Horton Street. Next slide, please. A notch has been added mid-block to break up the massing of the building and to add an opportunity for a pocket park. As a result, a floor has been added, increasing the building height from 72 feet 4 inches to 82 feet 6 inches. There's a landscape buffer between the garage and the western property line, and that has been increased. Buffer has a variable dimension relative to the property line. So the increase in this buffer, it used to be at its narrowest 1 to 2 feet and its widest 10 feet. This has been increased to 15 feet at its narrowest to 20 feet at its widest. Next slide, please. This is the elevation of the parking garage as seen from Horton Street. Next slide, please. And this is what they had proposed in December. Next slide, please. So this is northeast corner of the garage, and it's a view on Horton Street looking south. Next slide, please. This kind of shows the outdoor sidewalk cafe area, which would lead to the pedestrian bicycle bridge. Next slide, please. So this table summarizes the changes in numbers from the December study session. So B1 remains unchanged in terms of its uses, height, and square footage. There's building B23 that there is an increase in square footage as well as increase in occupied floors, as well as the parking garage, which sees an increase in levels as well as a decrease in number of parking spaces. Next slide, please. In terms of parking, the parking garage that is being proposed will provide parking for the existing building B4, which is the main Chiron building, or the Novartis building, and now BMR building. In addition to this existing building, the parking garage will also provide parking for the proposed two R&D buildings, as well as BMR's future buildings, B8A and B8B, for a total of a little over 1 million square feet of R&D space. Under our current parking standard for R&D, this would trigger an estimated demand of 1,547 spaces. The PDP specifies 0.81 space per employee as the parking ratio for the PDP campus. If you use this metric, then the total number of parking spaces by the PDP is 2,146 spaces. The proposal provides 104 less parking spaces than called for by the PDP, and 599 spaces more than the current estimated demand for this use per our planning regulations. Next slide, please. So the staff reviewed this proposal earlier this month at the DCC meeting, and some of the key comments are here. One of the main concerns that was expressed again was the 3 entry-exit points to the parking garage that is situated on Horton Street. The Public Works staff commented that 1 entry-exit would suffice. A comment was made providing that the applicant needs to provide street sections to show buildings interaction, the garage buildings interaction with the street, as well as Horton Landing Park. This would allow an understanding of the sidewalk widths on Horton and the building setbacks from Horton Landing Park and the Sherwin-Williams Building D. Next slide, please. Staff also noted that the proposal to extend dedicated bike lanes along Horton Street from 53rd Street to the southern edge of the parking structure needed to be coordinated with the existing infrastructure of other bicycle boulevards, mainly 53rd Street and 45th Street. It was noted that no street trees were being proposed on the Horton Street frontage. It was unanimous the bicycle parking needs to be provided in each of the 3 buildings. Deputy Fire Marshal stated that the back of the building 2-3 from Hollis Street would need to maintain a minimum of 15 feet and or a maximum of 30 feet from the street. These setbacks are less than what was envisioned in PDP. Next slide, please. So the issues to be considered by the Planning Commission at the study session are the following. One is related to the garage building. And the question is, does the Commission agree with staff that in order to achieve better consistency with the safety requirements and the pedestrian-friendly circulation of the PUD PDP, the building should have only 1 motor vehicle entrance exit? Is the Commission satisfied with the revised design of the building? Next slide, please. Regarding parking provision, does the Commission think that the project's parking supply is adequate or excessive in that it provides 104 spaces less than called for by PDP, but 599 spaces more than the estimated demand, parking demand under the current planning regulations? What additional information would the Commission need, if any, in order to make this determination? Then we have the general comments and design. Does the Commission have any comments on the design and the site planning of the proposed buildings? Next slide, please. In your package, there are two sheets which provide preliminary tree and plant palette. And the question for you is, does the Commission have any comments on this preliminary list before the applicant prepares a detailed landscape plan for the FPP? Next slide, please. The last issue is the Commission satisfied with the shadow studies provided in the package? If not, what kind of additional information is desired? This question is being asked by staff in particular because Commissioner Scott, unfortunately she's not here today, has had issues with the kind of shadow studies that have been provided by the applicants. So we were interested in finding out what additional information which would be needed than what has been provided at this time. Next slide, please. So this concludes my presentation, and I'm leaving the last slide with the titles for the issues to be considered. At this time, I would like to ask Chair Guerrero, Commissioner Keller requested certain slides for Sherwin-Williams Building D. I do have them. Would you like me to show it now, or should I wait later on during the deliberation?
Maru, the slides that you are referencing, is that the one that begins with page 39? It's an aerial view of the Sherwin-Williams oversight plan. I do have that.
Should I present it now, or should I wait at another time?
Maru, if I may, Maru, are these regarding the slides I've sent, or is this regarding the relationship to the parking structure and the Sherwin-Williams site?
This is regarding to the relationship that you asked staff to show between the Sherwin-Williams site. It's not your slides that you are going to show.
Okay. Okay. If I may, Chair, I'd like to see those as part of this discussion here.
That's great. Commissioner Keller, and those slides, do they connect to comments that you have or questions that you may have for staff?
Yes, because what I'd like to know is what the physical distance between the proposed car parking structure and the proposed apartment building at the Sherwin-Williams site. I'd like to see those, that distance.
Got it. And so in terms of questions that you have, Maru, we're not opening up for questions at this point, but is that something that you can address in your presentation at the moment, or do you want to wait until the end?
No, I can present it now so that you have it.
Okay, excellent. Do you want to go ahead?
We can always go back to it if the question
Great.
comes up. Okay, so next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so this is the issue that Commissioner Keller was asking was Building D that you see on the screen and its relationship with the BMR building, which is just east of that. The green strip that you see right under Building D, at its narrowest along 45th Street, it is 8 feet, and then it widens to a maximum of 16 feet at the building edge on the north. Next slide, please. Now, if you look at, and this is now the building 1314, the narrowest distance of this building from the property line is at its notch. And at this notch, the distance is 10 feet. So at this notch, the distance between this notch and the future Sherwin-Williams building would be 10 plus at least another 10 to 12 feet. So we are looking at building to building a distance of at least 20, if not 22 feet. So this slide that you're seeing is basically the facade of Building D as it faces parking garage. Leave that. And next slide, please. And this is the elevation of Building D, and then the chain link fence, and the gap that you see would be where, okay.
Sorry.
If it goes, yeah, this one. So the chain, the metal fence and the area that you see behind it is where the parking garage will take place. So that's all I have on Sherwin-Williams and its relationship with the parking structure.
So if I could,
yeah.
so I can ask a question kind of to round this off. We go back to so what I'm interested in is basically how close are the buildings at the southwest corner? You talked about the notch. I'm more concerned about the south end of the parking structure and the south end of the apartment buildings. What is the distance between the two structures at that point? Because that's the closest that the buildings will be together.
Can you go to the previous slide? One more. Not this one, not this one.
That one right there. That'll do right there. So, in the south corner of each of those buildings.
Right. So
how close would those buildings be?
So that would be 8 feet on the side of Sherwin-Williams, and more than 10 feet on the side of the parking structure. So again, that would be at least 20 feet building to building, and it's probably more.
Okay, thank you. That answers all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Maru, do you want to continue on with your presentation?
No, that's all I have. I am open for any questions that you may have.
I see. I have, got it. Okay. Excellent. I'm going to go ahead and open up the questions. And at this point, Commissioner Keller, you had an opportunity to ask a question. Do you have any other questions that you'd like to propose at this time?
I actually do have, let's see, one more question. So, Marie, does the current city design guidelines apply to this project and the PUD? And I'm specifically interested in the sidewalk width. So to do the sidewalks for this project, do they have to follow the current city guidelines, or does the PUD allow them to do something else?
The PUD does not have any sidewalk width dimensions here. So absent that, they would have to provide our current regulations. Charlie?
Well, this is Charlie. Just to chime in there, if I may. This PUD was approved in 1995, and so it's subject to the regulations that were in place in 1995. It's not technically subject to the current design guidelines or anything that was adopted since PUD was approved.
Okay, so we'll have to look back to 1995 to see what the sidewalk regulations were?
Well, there weren't anything comparable to what we have in our design guidelines now.
So how does that inform us on what? Go ahead.
We have ADA standards, of course, and things like that. But I don't think the PUD really says anything specific about sidewalks, not that I'm aware of.
So my question would be: is what are we allowed to request for in sidewalks for this development, for this redevelopment?
I think you can request whatever you think is reasonable.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Do you have any further questions?
That's all for staff. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to continue from the top of the list here in alphabetical order with Commissioner Donaldson. Any questions? If you're speaking, Commissioner Donaldson, we can't hear you. Maybe unmute.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay.
I'm muted now. Looking at the parking garage in Horton Street, I'm just wondering whether there is sufficient width on Horton Street to have a cycle track on the east side of the street.
Maru, are you on mute?
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Donaldson. I didn't quite catch what your question was.
Looking at Horton Street and considering the entries and exits from the parking structure, I'm wondering whether Horton Street is wide enough in this area to use a cycle track to install a cycle track on the east side of Horton Street rather than having it continue as a bicycle boulevard because there's going to be a lot of conflicts.
Yes, one of the DCC comments was made that a cycle track could be considered on the east side of Horton between 45th and 53rd Street.
Okay.
Bless you. This is Charlie. I'd just like to comment that there's probably enough width. Of course, it depends on how it's designed, and we could eliminate on-street parking on one side or the other and gain additional width that way. I would like to note, however, that if we did do a two-way cycle track on one side of the street for just the length of the garage, which is, I think, about 700 or 800 feet, you would then have to deal with figuring out how to have the bicycles cross the street at either end of it. So that, we're doing that on 40th Street, but 40th Street is like a mile long or so. Whereas this would only be about 800 feet or so. So it would be a design issue we'd have to try to figure out.
No, I was thinking it would have to go from Stanford, Stanford south. So.
Well, the thing, Morton Street does get narrower north of 53rd Street. So I'm not sure there would be enough width north of 53rd Street. Probably is in this area, but I'm not sure about north of here.
Thank you. That's the only question that I have right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Donaldson. Moving on, Commissioner Mendez, do you have any questions at this point for staff?
Commissioner Mendez had to recuse herself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks, Andrea.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Sohane, any questions?
Yeah, thank you. I have 4 questions for staff. The first question is, how strictly should the guidelines that are stated in the PDP should be followed? And what if the Planning Commission were to point deviations from it? Is that allowed? What's the process for it?
Well, the finding you have to make is that of substantial conformance. And those are the 2 words that will guide you to come to a conclusion if something meets or does not meet, or if something conforms or does not conform, and whether it conforms substantially. So there is a vagueness to it, and I believe that is deliberate.
Okay.
Well, and this is Charlie. Can I just elaborate a little bit? What you must find is that what the applicant is proposing substantially conforms to the PDP. If you believe that what the applicant is proposing does not substantially conform to the PDP, then you may require modifications in order to make the project substantially conform to the PDP. But if you think that the applicant's proposal substantially conforms, but you would like it to be modified in some way, you would have to come up with a different reason than substantial conformance.
I see. Well, this question is more directed towards one of the comments that I would be making later on, but an example of that is the parking numbers, how they are different from what was specified in the PDP versus what the current city regulations are.
Right, and if I just to go back to that point, since this PDP was approved in 1995, it's subject to the regulations. Well, it's actually subject to the ordinance that adopted the PDP in 1995. That's where that parking standard is set. So of 0.8 per employee or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. So the current parking regulations are not applicable to this project, but we've given you those numbers as a point of reference.
I see. Okay. Then the next question that I had was in relation to the shadow study. So does the city have any standard or process that has been defined how to conduct shadow studies? Say, for instance, like qualitatively 5 hours of continuous sunlight, or like some sort of a sunlight ordinance like the city of San Francisco has? Does Emeryville have any of those standards?
No, we don't.
We can use them on
Who's that?
How do you see that I'm on? I'm on mute. Let me see if I can.
Somebody
Who's
is
speaking?
Somebody's talking that is not on mute.
Okay.
I think that person meant to be on mute.
Just a reminder for everyone on the call, if you're not speaking and you're not Commissioner Sohane at this point, you want to put your phone on mute or your computer. Thank you.
So, Chair Guerrero, may I just say a little more about the shadows?
Yes, please. Thanks, Freddie.
We do not have any adopted standard, as Miru said, we don't have any adopted standards of significance for shadows impacts or any, policy on the methodology for how they should be conducted. But I would just say that a very typical way to conduct shadow studies, and what is shown in most of the shadow studies that we've done in the city, is to do them at the summer and winter solstices and the spring and fall equinoxes, and typically at 9 a.m., noon, and 3 p.m. So, you have like a basis of comparison. That's normally when we do them. But other than that, there's no real policy or standards.
Got it. Okay. Then my third question is, can you help me understand what the clear space is for fire truck clearances on streets? Is it 20 feet or 26 feet?
Do you have any insight on that, Miru?
No, I
Or a different number?
Well, I can tell you that our fire code that was just adopted, the 3-year code cycle that was just took into effect this last January 1st, says 20 feet. But that can be modified if the fire code official, has a good reason to allow it to be modified. I have heard the 26 feet. In fact, the fire people have told me it's 26 feet. But I have never actually seen that in writing anywhere, so I'm not clear exactly where that comes from. But I've heard a number of people say the standard is now 26 feet. The code, I know, says 20 feet.
Okay, that's good to know. And then my final question is, and maybe it's too premature at this time, but have there been any initial studies conducted about how the ADT would change on Horton Street with this new parking garage, and based on this, since there is this parking structure with so many parking spaces, the ADT is bound to increase, and would that still mean that Horton Street is classified as a bicycle boulevard, or will that designation have to change because of the increase in the amount of auto flow?
Do you want to take a stab at that, Miru? I can try. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Well, let me first just say that an EIR was done for this project back in 1995, and traffic on Horton Street was evaluated as a part of that EIR. Now, that was 25 years ago, and Horton Street was not a bicycle boulevard at that time. We have not done all the CEQA work on this project yet. I believe the applicant and we are going to collaborate on figuring out how to do a CEQA checklist for this project, and traffic will certainly be something that we will be looking at. So I don't think we have any real hard answers for you at this point.
Okay, got it. Well, what I was trying to understand was, what's the driving force out here? Is it the intention to have Horton Street remain as a bicycle boulevard and design development around it that keeps the ADT low enough? Or, based on what this does, there will probably be a general plan amendment at some point, and it might change the designation of Horton Street from a bicycle boulevard to, say, some other kind of street.
Well, let me just say that our general plan, which was adopted in 2009, was cognizant of this approved PUD. So this approved PUD was considered, and it's illustrated in the, as a matter of fact, on the land use, or on the height map, there are 3 yellow stars on this site that indicate that there are buildings that have been entitled on this site that are taller than what the current height limits would allow. And so they are considered grandfathered or, deemed approved or whatever you want to call it because of this approved PUD. That same general plan that takes into account this PUD also designates Horton Street as a bicycle boulevard. So the city was fully aware when designating Horton Street as a bicycle boulevard in the PUD that this project was already entitled.
Okay, that makes sense. And one last question. So Miru did mention something about the year 2024. Can you just clarify, was that for the complete construction of the facility? Was it for a particular building?
Miru, can you elaborate on that?
Sure. Yeah. So the development agreement and the subsequent forbearance agreement requires the developer to receive a permit to build a minimum of 264,500 square feet, which is identified as the remaining minimum project. So they are on the hook by the development agreement to receive a permit to build 264,500 square feet of building by March 1st, 2024. They are proposing 2 buildings. Building 1 is 300,000 square feet. So if that gets built, then they meet their minimum requirement by 2024. If they can only build 1, so what they're trying to do is give themselves some flexibility in case the market conditions change, or so that at least if only 1 building gets built by 2024, so that if that 1 building gets built, then that should be at least this minimum project. Does that make sense?
I see. And since building B2, B3 is also 2261,500 based on this latest design, they have the option of going with either B1 or B2, B3, right?
That is correct. They are planning to build both the buildings.
By 2024?
No, they're planning to build both the buildings. They want to make sure that come 2024, they have at least one of the buildings up so that it meets this minimum requirement.
I see. Well, thank you for that clarification. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sohane. Do you have any questions, Commissioner Young?
No, I don't. That's all. Boy, he sure hit all my questions. Thank you very much. That's great.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Donaldson, I do have one more question.
Go ahead.
Maru, could you remind us of what the 2 towers that they were originally building, B14, what is now the parking garage, they had other uses as well as parking in the original PDP, didn't they?
Yes, they had parking and office and R&D.
Were the square footages designated, or the number of parking spaces designated in that? And how much of the building was something other than parking?
I don't have those numbers here with me. I'm sorry.
I don't believe that the number of parking spaces was specified, because we've been scratching our heads trying to figure that out. I think there were, in addition to the 2 big parking garages on Horton Street, the one that's already built, which is now Griffles, and this one, I believe that some of the other new buildings were also intended to have parking in them. However, those new buildings are now all on the Griffles portion of the PUD site. So the only portion of the PUD site that is entitled for a parking structure that now is owned by Biomed is this site here, the site on Horton Street. I don't recall exactly how many square feet of office there were supposed to be in that building, but it was office and some amount of parking. But because the rest of the PUD site that is owned by Biomed is not designated for parking, they kind of have to put all their parking here.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the commission at this time?
I have one, Chair Guerrero, if I can. This is Commissioner Keller.
Go ahead, Commissioner Keller.
So we're talking about a minimum build requirement by 2024. If they miss that target date, they do not have the required square footage built by 2024, what happens?
I'm going to let Andrea or Michael respond to that.
This is Andrea. I'm actually going to defer to City Attorney Michael Gina, who's also on the call and familiar with the DA. Or maybe I won't.
Michael, are you on mute maybe?
This is Michael. Sorry, I was on mute. Can the commission hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the DA provides that there are some penalties that result as from failure to complete the minimum project. What I would ask the commission is if I can come back to this question, I need to bring it up and refer back to the DA. If I could return to your question later on in the presentation, Commissioner, to allow me the time to re-look at that section of the DA, I'd appreciate it.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions from the commission? Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and open up for public comment for any members of the public that are joining us remotely through telephone.
Excuse me,
I'm
Chair
sorry,
Guerrero.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is Charlie. I think the applicant may have a presentation. Is that right, Milu?
That is correct. They do have a presentation.
Oh, I'm just jumping the gun. Okay. My apologies. I want to go ahead and invite the applicant for your presentation.
Good evening.
The applicant on. There we go.
Good evening. Just a quick mic check. Can you guys hear me okay?
And do I have the right presentation pulled up?
That's it. That's right. That's it.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Good evening again. I'm Salim Fayakhali, VP of Development at Biomed Realty. Joining us today to present the Emeryville Center of Innovation will have John McCow, Principal at Flat Architects, and Marcel Wilson at Bionic Landscape Architects. Just a word of thanks to Emeryville, to Muru and Charlie and team and everybody really for making these special arrangements that maintain positive momentum here on our development and allow us to meet remotely. So thanks again. We really appreciate it. We've got a lot of news headlines these days, and I want to start out by saying we want to reaffirm our commitment to this campus, to Emeryville, to the industry that we serve, the life sciences and biotech industry, and on delivering our obligations under the development agreement, including the minimum remaining project. So we're still on track. We're committed. We have the backing of corporate. We're advancing this. Just want to reiterate that point. We're very focused on creating something that's new and exciting over here. This is our second meeting. We met in December last, and we received very constructive feedback from the commission, which we appreciate. At that point, our key big ideas, which haven't changed, we've advanced it even further. The big ideas at that point were cutting-edge design to support world-class research centers of excellence, converting a whole bunch of private inward-looking walled gardens to an activated urban environment. We wanted to break up the former design, the big windowless super block. We wanted to take down fences, and we wanted to transform Chiron Way. As you'll see later on in the presentation, we've taken each of these concepts much further. We also wanted to add the list. We've got now today to present a thoughtful garage design, and a cafe, amenities, and various bicycle considerations along the greenway. More to come on that in the presentation. Across the board, I want to emphasize we've taken the feedback we received in December very seriously, and we, as a group, all of us, we feel really good about the progress we've made since then. Let me pass it along to the FLAD team to walk through the specifics here. John McCall.
And please just tell me when to advance the slides. Thank you.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Great. Fortunately, I'm getting an echo, so I'm going to try and...
Just a reminder for anybody that's not speaking to have their phone on mute, and that might help reduce the echo.
It could also be his own computer. There we go.
Is that working?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect.
Much better.
Yes.
So let's move on to the next slide, if we could, please. And I want to say thank you to Salil for the introductory comments, and thank you very much to Maru for sharing the detailed description of the project. And I think, as has been pointed out, the project, we have been working on the development of the project since the last study session. And we've been incorporating comments where we think they're necessary and in response to the commissioner's comments. But we've also been improving the aspects of the project in many other areas, which we'd like to talk about here today, at least briefly. The next slide. So we'll touch on really 4 key points. We'll touch on the overall campus plan and how that's evolved. Obviously, we're going to talk at some length about the building 1314 parking garage. We'll touch on the bicycles, traffic, and accessibility, and hopefully we can address some of the questions that have come up through the staff report and through the initial questions from the commissioners. And then finally, we'll talk additionally especially about the landscape and about how that integrates with the building design. We'll try and move quickly through this and not repeat materials that have already been discussed and presented by Maru, but we may be putting a slightly different spin on things as we try to describe the thought process that went into the development of these buildings and landscape. Next slide. I wanted to start by going back to 1995 when Chiron first presented their vision for the integrated pharmaceutical campus. And at that particular time, this was envisioned as a single entity. As I mentioned previously, it's for a large multinational corporation. And as we know, the campus included 2.2 million square feet of research, development, administrative, and support space, parking, and associated other facilities. And as we can see here in this illustration, embodied a very unique and colorful character that came out of the participation of Victor and Ricardo Legaretta in the design of the project. As we noted in December when we last met, a lot has changed since then. Chiron obviously no longer exists, having been absorbed by Novartis. As you're aware, a portion of the company was sold to Grifols along with the associated physical space and property. And that has divided the ownership of what was initially a single unit PDP site. And finally, where we are today is that Novartis has decided to reduce their presence in Emeryville and sold the property and buildings to Biomed Realty last year. So the positive aspect of all of this change is that there's a great new opportunity to create new life on a site that's really been languishing since Building 4 was constructed back in 1998, I think, was the completion of construction. So we have an opportunity to really create that premier research and development campus that was originally envisioned, be it we're going to try to do it in a different way that I think is more reflective of current sensibilities and current market demands. Next slide. So just a reminder that this is representative of the overall campus vision that DMR had for the campus based on the properties that they currently own. And it includes retaining Building 4, constructing the new Building 1 and 2 and 3, which is a part of this FDP, as well as 13, 14. And then at the center of the campus, as a part of a future phase, is planned construction of what's referred to as Building 8A and AB, with, again, an open space between those buildings. So there's really 6 key elements that we want to talk about that are a part of this particular approach that we want to emphasize as we talk through the presentation today. First and foremost is the idea of breaking down the original, what we call the mega block, into smaller footprint buildings. And with more porosity that allows people to actually move between the buildings and into the center of the campus, as illustrated here. Second part of that includes taking down the fences and the gates that currently block off Chiron Way, and allowing access for bicycles and pedestrians and some modest amount of vehicular traffic through the center of the campus on Chiron Way. A second key point is that we really wanted to focus the development of the campus on this new focal point, this open space in the center of the campus, with strong linkages that connect to the pedestrian and bicycle pathways that crisscross the city of Emeryville. And then a third key component was to ensure that we're respecting the original and iconic Building 4 design. And to us doesn't mean that we're mimicking it, but really that we're creating linkages between the materials and the scale between Building 4 and these new buildings to complement and frame the building rather than to mimic that original design. And that leads us to the fourth point, which is the creation of these new buildings with modern state-of-the-art form and functions designed specifically to accommodate these research and development functions. And then with skin elements that have a high degree of transparency to take advantage of the light and views while incorporating sustainable design measures, i.e. energy efficiency, high performance glass for both sun control and heat gain. And then accompanying that is state-of-the-art mechanical systems, solar capability on buildings where possible, and other water conservation and material and resource sustainable design features. So this is envisioned to be a contemporary state-of-the-art campus. And a final point that I want to mention is there was a decision to retain the strong tower at the corner of Hollis-Stanford Streets. That really is a landmark building, point of reference within the city, and as Charlie noted earlier, one of the few spots that's now allowed to have a tower within this particular height zone. So we think that's an important element to retain, both for orientation within the city and to take advantage of the spectacular views from this area. So we're really excited about this new direction, and we appreciate the feedback from the commissioners at the last study session. And we recognize those comments were generally very supportive and positive about most aspects of the campus design. And we still have a little bit of work to do on the parking structure, as we know. So let's move to the next slide. So here we see that last slide represented the campus vision. This represents the actual FDP submission scope, as we've been talking about it, which consists of the 3 buildings highlighted in blue, U1, 2, 3, and then 13 and 14. And this better illustrates the landscape conditions that exist or will exist when these buildings are completed. And this really reinforces the idea of these courtyard spaces and the linkage between buildings and the porosity of the campus with respect to access for the pedestrian and bicycle movement kind of through the campus and down Chiron Way. So let's move on. I think I was going to talk briefly about the Building 2-3 configuration. And as illustrated or clearly by Maru in prior discussions, we have increased the size of Building 2-3 in order to ensure that we can meet the minimum project with this building. And there's a very practical reason for that, in that we wouldn't necessarily want to force the issue of having to build the most remote building, the tower building, first. We need the BMR needs the flexibility in order to be able to build the buildings in whatever sequence meets the needs of the potential tenants. So, as noted by Maru, we've created that interior courtyard space with a building element that does two things. It creates and frames the landscape space that is a part of the open space on the west side of the building. And it also allows us to fully conceal the loading dock of Building 2 and 3, along with the more utilitarian spaces of Building 4. So it really allows us to frame that courtyard effectively. And the other aspect of the building increase was the additional story that we see here on this slide, the before and after versions, before on the left and the after version on the right, in terms of what those buildings will look like. And we find this to be a relatively modest change to the building appearance from the predominant viewpoint on Hollis Street. Next slide. So here's that view from the corner of Hollis and Stanford, showing the obviously Building 1, which remains relatively unchanged from the prior study session, and the new Building 2-3, which reflects the additional story height that we've just talked about here briefly. So, next slide, please. The other significant portion of the project, obviously, and the one that we want to spend some time focusing on here today, is the design of the parking structure along Horton Street. We've obviously focused on this a great deal because it needed additional development and because of the concerns noted by the commissioners. And this represents the original design as shown at that study session. There was 2,400 cars, 8-story garage, and a system of expression of vertical towers and screening materials. The primary comments from the commissioners, as we captured them, focused on three specific areas of concern. First, dealt with the overall appearance of the building. I don't recall the specific language, but I think people thought it was relatively bland. And there was a need to break down the building mass and reduce the apparent scale of the building, as this is certainly a large, almost a full block length of building. The second component was the desire to focus on the appearance of all four sides of the project, since this building is going to be viewed from multiple vantage points. Another comment concerned the incorporation of additional functional areas within the building, so that it wasn't strictly a parking garage, but that we had some components that would activate the building itself, with some perceived benefits from mixing uses here. One of the suggestions was that we reconsider the idea of towers on this structure, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. And then finally, as has been repeated a number of times in the presentation so far today, one of the key objectives was reducing the overall number of parking spaces provided on the campus. And we'll talk about that additionally. Next slide, please. So as we started reconsidering the parking garage, we went back to a diagram that we had developed much earlier in the project, which talks about how this campus was going to interlink with the green space and pedestrian pathways that are part of the overall community, Emeryville community organization. And we had previously thought about this in terms of two sites. First is the uppermost yellow circle, which reflects the open space outside of building 2-3 and the connection made by Chiron Way. The second circle represents the current open space at the GT site, which eventually, as we pointed out, will be replaced with Building 8, which also incorporates an open space courtyard between the buildings. And then the realization, I think, in looking at this diagram, that actually the confluence of the pedestrian overpass, bicycle and pedestrian overpass, the Horton Landing Park, and the easement space that's created at the north end of the parking garage, along with the open space as a part of the Sherwood-Williams project, really creates an additional node here at that particular location, which is, we think, a very critical spot for Emeryville because it really bridges the disparate kind of elements of the city east of the tracks and west of the tracks. So this is really kind of a very important aspect to what we think is a pathway system linking the city together. So as we go to the next slide, what we see here is the new idea for how the garage could be configured to really take advantage of that. This garage really consists of what we think are as 4 bold moves. First and foremost of those, obviously visible here in the right-hand picture, is the creation of that strong vertical tower element, which really anchors the edge of the park, end of the pedestrian bridge, and creates a strong focal point at this location along Horton Street. The stairway is obviously expressed with color, and then it's enclosed in a more solid form that provides both a windbreak and encompasses the elevators that are part of the circulation node, so that people who are using both the elevators and the stairways are dropped at this kind of critical location right here at the junction of where those pathways come together in Emeryville. The second key feature that's recognized here is the treatment of the ground plane. We mentioned earlier the desire for some activation of that street level and creation of some mixed uses here in the garage. And so what we're showing here is a cafe that's actually located at the north face of the ground level of the parking garage and facing out into what is actually an expanded Horton Plaza. The original requirement was for a 50-foot wide easement, which is dedicated for the City of Emeryville use for the Horton Landing. But this actually provides some additional space by setting the building back further, approximately 25 additional feet, which accounts for both a fire department access, but it also provides additional plaza space that's usable for other functions as well and creates a wider throat at that location. So we also see here in the bottom corner the idea of that plaza area, and we see a sketch of what that cafe space might look like. Next slide, please. So the third element that we want to touch on here is the creation of the building skin, as shown here in this dusk view looking down Horton Street. So in addition to the stairway, the accent stairway, and the surrounding metal panel facade, we actually are using a screen element of perforated and formed metal to actually screen the remainder of the parking garage facades on both the Horton Street side and the North Street side. And as we see, we'll move around the building and show the other elevations as well. So what these elements do is they add visual interest and variety to the facade, and provide some additional screening for any kind of headlight or light spillage. Although in this day and age, actually, typically parking garages use all motion controlled lights. So our expectation is that for the most part in the evening hours, unless there's activity going on in the garage, the lights will be dim or off. And the concrete structure actually includes stem walls, vertical elements that serve as the building structure, and those also block the headlights. So we don't expect any problems with light trespass spilling out of the building structure. The stairway elements will be tastefully lit. They obviously are serving as exit stairs, and so they need to be lit at night for use, but we expect that to be tasteful and subtle so that the stairway elements are beacons, but not objectionably so. And the final element that is shown here in this elevation is the notch created in the center of the building. Maru had talked about that earlier in the presentation, that actually created this notch, sacrificed some parking spaces at the center of the garage to break the scale of this down into two pieces, essentially a 2/3, 1/3 kind of portion. And so that creates the idea that this building is articulated and the mass is broken. So next slide. As we look at the garage from the other side, here we're standing again on the sidewalk on Horton Street, east side, and we're looking back towards the building to the northwest direction. Here we see again a similar feature stair element. There's actually 3 stairs, one on each end, and then a central stair in the middle to meet our exiting obligations. And each of them is treated similarly. Here again, we see that same screening elements wrapping the building on the east side and then again on the south. Though, as you can see here, we pulled away sections of the screen to expose the painted building concrete structure, add some visual interest and additional ventilation space that we need to maintain open air ventilation for the garage. Yeah. And we see here the Sherwin-Williams building at the end. With respect to, I think it was a question raised by Commissioner Keller. We've actually checked the dimension, and the clearance between the parking garage and the Sherwin-Williams building is roughly 28 feet. And the buildings are relatively parallel, so as far as we know, the dimension is consistent along the length of the building facades. Next slide. So we included this image here to illustrate the prior PDP expression taken from that same vantage point as we just looked at a moment ago. And this reflects the basic mass of the building that was indicated in the PDP. Obviously, the full building design was not completed as a part of that PDP submission, but we have taken the mass from that original design. We've relayed the design of the Griffles Garage, Building 12A, which was, as you know, designed by Ricardo Legaretta as well, and created this visualization of the overall building mass and working appearance. As you can see here, the relatively imposing mass of the tower elements on top of the parking garage is, we think, much more imposing than the current design as we have it proposed. And as we go to the next slide, you can see here in elevation, pure elevation, looking at that view along Horton Street, we can see the original parking garage as it was approved in the PDP in 1995 with tower elements on top versus the proposed parking garage design with, as you can see here, the outline of the approved PDP garage and towers above it. So you get a sense for how the scale differs. The building is shorter, obviously, and in terms of length and in terms of height as well. Next slide. So we've moved around the corner now to the very opposite side of the garage, and we're standing in the Horton Landing Park, presumably at the base of the bridge connection, looking towards the southeast. And here we see again the hood element and the cafe on the right-hand side for the stairway, which is just around the corner. We can't see the color. And the screen wall that we've been talking about is perforated and corrugated metal material, carries around the corner of the building and wraps the corner to anchor that end of the building. And the other thing that we see here is that, as I mentioned previously, the combination of open space from Sherwin-Williams, from the Horton Landing Park, and from this additional plaza space that we've created by holding the parking garage back creates this very, very large open space that really can be, from our perspective, a new feature element, a new park space within the Emeryville greenway and circulation plans. The expression of the building here, we've actually simplified the garage facade. The corners are wrapped, but the center portion of the garage is actually left untreated with only painted with a paint color on the concrete surface. And this actually is designed to mimic the structures that are across the street. If you go to the next slide. I think it's here, right? It's intended to mimic the structures that are across the street. Here we see the Emeryville Station Garage on the upper right-hand corner, which is directly across the way, and then the Bay Street Garage and residences, which are also across the street. And in working on this garage, we actually spent some time and surveyed, all of the garages in Emeryville and even in surrounding areas to try to get a sense for how they've been treated. And for the most part, the majority of garages are treated with a relatively simple structural expression with very little architectural adornment. And the one exception perhaps being the most recent garage at 6100 Horton Street, where there is a facade element that's been added to that particular project. Okay, moving on to the next slide. So here we see in plan the diagram of what we've been talking about. See the kind of extensive green space at the base of the pedestrian and bicycle bridge. We see the Tennisdale Creek kind of extension here cutting across the site. We see the Horton Landing Plaza, which, as I mentioned, is combined from two pieces, the 50-foot wide easement area that's been dedicated for city use, then the additional space shown by the plaza area and those white circles, which are actually umbrella tables along the face of the building. And here we can see the location of the cafe. We also have bike storage and a service kiosk in the corner there also. And then at the notch of the building, which we've talked about previously, we're showing the pocket park space that's created, and then the emergency operations center located within the parking garage. The other thing I wanted to point out here is that we can see here that we're now showing 2 entry exits to the parking garage, as opposed to 3, which was originally presented at the last study session, and actually as was included in the package for this study session. In looking at this further, we've carefully been considering that circulation flow, and from a functional perspective, 2 entries and exits is the right solution for this garage. We think the third was unnecessary, but 2 is really critical because this particular garage has what's called a double-threaded helix, where you can actually enter the garage from 2 locations, and you go up an exit ramp that goes south, and there's also an entrance ramp, a parking ramp that goes directed south, and then there's a parking ramp that's directed north. And so that allows cars to circulate within the facility in this bolt-thread condition. And so in order to make that work, it really requires 2 entries And that will prevent significant traffic backups if, for example, somebody is backing out of the parking stall and traffic could stop. There's an alternate route that can be used to circle up through the facility. So here we see the images on the right-hand side of the cafe space, both exterior and interior, and then there will be big parking both inside the facility and outside the facility. The other thing I want to mention is that this kind of extensive green space that we're seeing here at the north end of the parking garage is a great location for an art element, whether it be something that's actually integrated with the building. For example, that corner screen element could become an art element, or it could be a sculpture element or freestanding art that's within this plaza area. So we see that as a great spot for something like that that can be enjoyed by a significant portion of the population using this area. Next slide. So just to touch on the bicycle traffic for a moment again, here we see the two entries as opposed to the three that were shown previously, and the proposed configuration of the bike routes, which I think was pretty thoroughly discussed earlier. Obviously, the intent is to have traffic calming measures at the two entrances to the garage, and obviously, bicycle safety elements. This is a condition that's really not unlike a number of other locations along Horton Street or Pelledu, as it passes underneath Powell and continues on. Shot up in the upper right-hand corner is one of the Wareham projects where there's the same kind of a bicycle entrance, passing in front of a parking garage entrance. Next slide. So there was a question about the section through Horton Street and in terms of what the sidewalk configuration is and whether we have room for the bicycle pathways on the street itself. And so what we're showing right now from curb to curb, we're showing a 4-foot bicycle lane, a 2-foot buffer zone with vertical barriers. And then we have two 12-foot traffic lanes, and then the same thing again on the opposite side. So the street is designed to accommodate these bicycle lanes. Then from there to the building, I don't actually have the specific dimension at the top of my head here, but we have room for street trees and a sidewalk then before we get to the property line and to the facade of building 1314. So this is the worst case scenario. Obviously at our parking, at our pocket park, we can gain an additional 15 to 18 feet setback at that location as well. Here we see on the lower right-hand corner the traffic measures that would be put in place to protect the bicyclists as they pass between this entrance. All elements that have been well established and are currently in use elsewhere in the city. Next slide. So I think Salil is going to walk us through some aspects about the parking count.
Yes, thanks, John. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Besides the design, the commission also asked us to look into the parking ratio and the parking count. So we have done that, and we are agreeing to take on some material market risk by reducing our parking ratio and parking count by about 16%. So we're going to do that. This definitely puts us below what the industry is telling us. The industry, including our local tenant, Zymergen, they very recently, as you might know, signed a lease with us, which puts them at 2 per 1,000. But we're going to go ahead and take that market risk going forward and reduce our parking ratio and parking count 16%. So the 2,400 spaces is now sitting at 2018 spaces. I do want to be transparent here and just sort of share with you guys what we're grappling with. And there is a small measure of irony in this. we are not rewarded for extra parking spaces. We're not able to charge for them. That's not how the life science biotech lease model works. The rent is rent, and that's all there is. Every space costs us about $40,000 to build. This is an $18 million, so 40,000 times 2,000, that's an $18 million garage. We would rather build fewer spaces just to receive the same market rent. I think the point I'm making here is that we are 100% aligned with the city's broader objectives, including a lot of the commentary that we heard in December from the Planning Commission. Progressive solutions, last mile, regional transportation, reducing congestion, and single occupancy trips, all of that. In the broadest sense, also sustainability. And we've made, by way of example, across the portfolio and especially in the Bay Area, we've made some serious commitments, sustainability commitments, TDM measures, etc., on that front. So we are aligned in that we'd love to reduce the ratio. We are reducing it by a significant amount. However, we also our responsibility, we believe, also includes expanding the life science ecosystem here in Emeryville to make it a really important stop on the global map of research centers of excellence across the world. This ecosystem includes, by way of example, a lot of our clients here in the Bay Area, but also globally. AbbVie, Amgen, Bristol Myers, Thermo Fisher. These are all huge corporations with national and global footprint. These are the kinds of companies who we're able to eventually attract to our campus over here. And these companies are telling us that their employee base in the Bay Area is spread throughout the region. And in very simple terms, there's very often not an easy, quick and easy transit solution to, drop kids off in the morning, take care and get to work and pick kids up and get home to, it may be San Mateo or Pleasanton or Half Moon Bay. That's it's sort of very strong feedback that, we've been getting across over the years, over the decades. We do see a progressive improvement, as regional transportation and last mile solutions pick up. So we're seeing a steady progressive improvement, which we are incorporating across our portfolio, but it's not overnight and it's not radical. It's not a step function. The 2 per 1,000 ratio that we keep talking about just happens to be the market clearing trade-off these days in this location. But either way, we're prepared to take that risk and lower our ratio. We, in acknowledgement, we understand and in support of Emeryville's broader objectives, and we are willing to take that hit. On a side note, I would like the opportunity at some point very soon to spend some time with staff and understand a little more about the 599 spaces that's referenced in a couple of spots within the staff report. We ran the numbers and we arrived at the opposite conclusion, but I don't want to sort of slow everybody down by going through the math. We do agree it is true if the current regulations were the ones that applied, let's say, to our project. Even if that were true, we do agree that the R&D is stated at 1.5 per 1,000. We do, however, across all these major biopharma companies have an office component. It's 50-50 most typically for lab and office. The office ratio in the same regulations is 2.4 per 1,000. I.e., the point is blended 2.4 per 1,000 from the regulations for office, and the 1.5 per 1,000 in the same regulations gives us a 1.95 per 1,000. We are below that. So I would seek the opportunity to work with staff to sort of dissect and understand the 599 math a little bit. But what we're seeing is that we are below market. We are below very recent lease transactions, and we'll take that market risk. I'm happy to discuss specifics. But let me hand this back to John and Vlad here.
Thank you, Salil. Appreciate that. So, if we go to the next slide. didn't think that was funny.
Yeah, if you're not presenting, just put your phone on mute, just another reminder.
So, thank you, appreciate that. So as you can see, there's been a great deal of attention focused on the parking garage, but we've also worked diligently on the development of the campus itself, and specifically on the courtyard and landscape elements. And so turn it over to Marcel at this point to talk us through the development of the campus. Marcel, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Marcel.
Great. I'm Marcel Wilson, landscape architect with Bionic. And so we go from parking to the public realm and landscape. And I think one of the things that we all really appreciate about this part of Emeryville is its connectedness to the Greenway, which is many small businesses and investments by the community that all add up to a destination. And so what the landscape spaces do on that kind of big picture is, uphold that civic contribution to a much larger, greater experience. And it does it in a lot of different ways in terms of these landscape pieces, in terms of enriching the public realm and breaking it down and making it much more walkable, investment in the public realm and safety. It makes the navigation to the new pedestrian and bike bridge, and it thinks about, and we're thinking about these investments and as building a piece of the city, not just building some buildings. So even like the stair tower and the way it functions as a kind of wayfinding device to finding the bridge. We're thinking way outside the boundaries of the site, and I think it makes it kind of exciting and much more of a destination, and making this corner of Emeryville really, a new and improved piece of the city. So at the bike or at the plaza, at the bridge, there's an opportunity for a new plaza. There's amenities at the landing, and that is meant to be a space that is, adds to the kind of gracious, welcoming of the public at that place. There are then, easy and legible routes to walk along the streetscapes, and by the time you get to building 2 and 3, there's a very different kind of opportunity. Next slide, please. In the upper right-hand corner, you can see Chiron Way today. It's gated, it is not welcoming, and it is only for cars. In the rest of the image, you see what we're thinking about the future of Chiron Way, which is a pedestrian priority place. It's a place that's got landscape, and it's kind of rich in its materiality. Cars can use this for access and drop off, but it is really meant to be the priority of the pedestrian. In addition to the approach to the bridge and the Greenway, and a really vibrant urban place. And and so in that sense, it's very gracious. It'll have big open edges, wide pathways. We've talked about how it breaks down the big blocks. There's lots of places to sit. There's programming. And again, that pedestrian priority. The way we create the pedestrian priority, next slide, is through shared access. So this is an example of a street with shared access. It's a place where pedestrians are first and vehicles come second, and you do that through different types of paving, things like tactile strips so that people of all abilities can navigate it. You incorporate more planting at the edges, and you create flush conditions so it feels more like a plaza than a street. And if you do this, then we can also think about it, how we could program it more. Next slide. So So programming could come in the form of movable tables and chairs and taking advantage of the microclimate effects, activating it. It could come in the form of art, in possibly food and beverage services. It might be available to people who work there and the public. It might be in the form of activation such as mobile services in trucks or in the form of a market. But we're imagining that this plaza space is safe and comfortable. It's got a range of seating options. It's a place with a lot of different social configurations. It's open to the sun. It's got microclimates. And then there are lots of built-in edges as well for people to sit and gather and be comfortable. Next slide. We're seeing this as a place where Chiron Way and the courtyard kind of blur together, where we'll have a richer palette of materials, and there'll be both canopy, tree shade, and possibly canopy shade. So there's instant shade, the day one, and movable furnishings, and really built to last. Next slide. And the landscape is a set of composed scenes. We have conditions from from low and wet in places where we'll be treating stormwater to sort of high and dry where we might have an oak meadow. And so there are scenes for viewing and enjoyment both from inside the building and in the public realm. And this is going to be very seasonal and very sustainable. Low water plants, natives and adaptive. And the idea is that there's always a kind of seasonality appropriate for this climate that's at the plaza and Chiron Way. Next slide. And I'll leave it to John to close.
Thank you, Marcel.
Thank you, Marcel. I think that wraps up the discussion that we wanted to have. So actually, I'll leave it to Salil to finalize any thoughts you may have, and we'll turn it over to the commissioners for comments.
Hey, thanks, John. Let's close on this. We've been presenting for a while here. Just to recap, we definitely appreciate the fact that we're able to have this hearing, despite shelter in place and everything else going on, and to keep our process moving forward. So definitely really appreciate it. Thank you again. I know we're all sort of tracking the economic headwinds. There's some crazy things going on, but in echoes of 2009 and 10. We have it's a deep conviction industry here. We believe in the future, and in the broadest sense, our industry, including healthcare and life sciences, medical devices, pharma, all aspects of it, research, development, production, everything from benchtop, lab benchtop to bedside, we think will come out strong, and so we remain very committed to the business we're in here and to supporting our tenants. And towards that end, we're going to try and stay the course here, and we look forward to getting through the approval process and making the next phases of the campus available for business and shovel ready. We're here for questions, but thank you again.
Great, thank you for the presentation. And at this point, we want to open it up to questions from the commission. I'll begin with Commissioner Donaldson. Do you have any questions for the applicant at this time?
I have a couple of questions. One of them is, again, about the parking garage and the parking count. And I understand that the parking count is based on both these buildings in this current proposal, but also in the building B8. Is that true for ultimate build out of the whole campus?
This is Salil. Yes, that's true. The garage is meant to serve phases B1, B2, and B4, the simultaneous building, as well as the future phases, 8A and 8B.
And do you have any thoughts on the timeline for your buildings 8A and B?
We are. It'll be driven by demand. We have in the past built on spec and have leased it up, before construction is completed. If I were to venture a guess, setting aside the economics of the day here, 1 million square feet of absorption in the East Bay. Maybe it's 5 years, maybe it's 7 years. But again, that's a crystal ball, and I want to acknowledge that that's what it is.
Okay. The other, John had mentioned the framing of the Ledretta building, that these buildings were going to preserve the iconic presence of that building. And since they're both rather large, I'm wondering, where is the framing? How do you see that?
Well, it's a very good question. I think the nature of the building 4, and obviously the view that we're staring at on the screen right now is positioned such that we don't really see the full building clearly. But if we were to take a view from the opposite direction, the kind of iconic nature of building 4, is going to be very evident. And the buildings then, because they're relatively simple glass boxes, the intent is that they essentially reflect the nature of the building 4 character, and don't compete with it. So when I said the idea of framing, that's essentially what I was kind of talking about. We're picking up on some of the cues in terms of the type of base. We're carrying some of the materials over, for example, a terracotta or brick kind of materials at the base level, and perhaps even extending up the sides of the building. But then the predominant expression of the new buildings is these relatively modern, clean glass boxes, as opposed to the kind of intricate detailing and the unique forms and elements of building 4. So I think that hopefully that addresses your question.
Yes, thank you. That's all I have at the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Donaldson. All right, moving on. Commissioner Keller, do you have any questions for the applicant? If you're speaking, we can't hear you, so you might want to put the mute button.
Can you hear me now?
There, Commissioner? Yeah, there you go.
Hello. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I got to move my microphone. So because of the connection, it's really hard to get people's names. So what I'd like to do is address a question to the person who discussed the parking garage. And I don't know if this is the transportation planner for the project or if it's just someone who's worked on the parking garage, but it seems like the only person there that might be able to answer some of these questions. But it could go to whoever has the appropriate answer. So first of all, there are a couple of statements made in your presentation, talk about the industry is telling us. And what I'd like to know here is, by what method are you receiving this information? By the industry telling you?
Our lease conversations. This is Salil with Biomed Realty. I'm the developer. And the industry, it's a good question. And the way this information shows up is in our efforts to lease up campuses across the portfolio, but more relevantly here in the Bay Area. So South San Francisco, many spots on the peninsula, East Bay, South Bay, etc., where when we bring product to market, when we bring these campuses to market, our customers expect a certain sort of feature list, a basket of features. It includes not just parking, but the specs, the specifications, the robust mechanical systems in our buildings, etc. So in the basket of features that they ask for, parking is one. And so that's the answer to the question.
Okay, and then also you use the phrase in running the numbers. So in running the numbers, are you using the same method, or is there a different matrix you're using when you're running the numbers?
Oh, no, it's the exact. If you're referring to the 590, is that what you're referring to, the 599?
Yeah, when you said you were running the numbers, I was just wondering if there's a matrix that you're referring to or that you're using, or...
No, it's not. It's actually
same.
Very simple basic premise is we actually agree that in the current regulation, there's a separate question about what is the applicable regulation, but set that aside for a second. In the current regulations, the R&D portion of projects is set at 1.5, and yes, we agree, there's no question there. And then the office component, I believe, is 2.4. And so our typical sort of product type here, the typical customer, it's about 50-50 lab office. Maybe it's, plus or minus. Sometimes it's 40-60, sometimes it's 60-40, but 50-50 is an average of office and average of lab. So all I did was let the...
And using that metrics, would you apply the same methodology if you're building another building in your campuses in Boston and Cambridge as the same metrics you would use for, say, Oyster Point or South San Francisco?
This is so the numbers we're talking about, it's location. So as I'm stating the obvious, but the transportation network, last mile connectivity, in a way show up in what customers need to make their businesses work. In South San, I'll use very specific numbers. The South San Francisco number right now is sitting at 2.74 per 1,000 FAR, so it's 2.74. Elsewhere, we've got numbers that are 3. And then as you go further south the numbers keep, the local sort of last mile connections sort of drive that number even higher.
So what would that number be? What would that number be on a project in Cambridge, Massachusetts, or Boston? There's a point I'm getting to know this.
Yeah. I don't want to misspeak. We can look it up and very quickly get back to you.
Okay. So let me continue with the question so we can move this along. So the person that is working on your transportation project, has that person been in touch with Transform and their Green Trip program?
We are starting the detailed design of our transportation, all aspects of transportation, traffic, street design, etc. So once we get a sense of where the project is starting to settle, that's when right about now is when we start the detailed conversations.
Okay, well, my concern is what you're asking for in terms of parking might be informed a little bit better if you talk to these people who do these kind of things. So that was just a question. You haven't talked to them. And then the other thing is, has anybody talked to Griffles about their current jobs, their current garage on their site, particularly their use level and any leasing opportunities for that space? Has that conversation been had?
We've had a lot of discussions, including, acquisition discussions, and those conversations have not materialized. We haven't been able to advance those conversations with Griffles.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Moving on, we have Commissioner Sohane. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I do have a few questions. So my first question is for Marcel. Is the planting palette that was presented along with the report, is that compatible with Bay-friendly design guidelines?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And then was there any research done on the street, the street trees that the Emeryville recommends in terms of proposing trees for the project?
We have not gotten into. But which site are you? Which area are you talking about? At the garage or at the buildings 1, 2, 3?
I think there was a page that showed 8 different trees, and I was just comparing it to the list that the city has, and I found a couple of trees missing in the city's list. So I was just curious if that was a conversation you had with the city, or is that still under development?
Oh, that's still very open. The trees that we showed in this palette are meant to sort of communicate the range of wet to dry, and also just the seasonality. There may be other trees that work just as well. We think these are indicative of the range it's right for this site.
Okay, great, thank you. Then I had a couple of questions for John. The first was, so I see that there is a small, green space that's carved out of parking garage on Horton Street, which is called a pocket park. I was curious to understand the size of that pocket park and, what use, why is it being called a pocket park? Is there some use to it?
Very good question. So the concept of a pocket park actually comes from the original PDP, where there were some park spaces primarily along Hollis Street that were created as a part of the building articulation. They created these kind of in and out spaces at Hollis. And so we've captured that here as well for the Horton Street facade. And to, as we mentioned before, break down the scale of the building. And so that pocket park is really about, it's about 18 feet deep of a typical car parking space. Because that's how we've achieved it, by carving out the parking. And I think it's about 60 feet long in length, maybe 50 feet. So it's a reasonably sized element, and it allows us to create some variety along that street facade, and go away from the kind of relentless nature of a parking garage meeting the street. So and it's located next to the entry, so it becomes kind of a signal point as well for the entry to the parking garage. That's how we viewed it.
I see. And then I just wanted to hear your thoughts that have been put in terms of reducing the exhaust from, the parking garage to surrounding development. In some of the illustrations that were shown as part of your presentation, I did see a wrap around the parking garage on Horton Street and, on the Landing Plaza Park side, as well as the other street, which is south of the parking garage. But the facade that faced Sherwin-Williams project was pretty open. So just want to understand some thoughts about how the exhaust and the fumes from the garage is being addressed.
Yeah, very good question. So this is a good plan, I think, to kind of show what we have in mind here. The screen wall for the garage, this perforated metal panel that we've talked about, is actually air permeable. And it's set a small distance away from the structure of the garage so we can get air circulation between those materials. So we'll have good ventilation around the full perimeter of the parking structure, so it's not like it's being concentrated and blown out in any one area. And we can see the notch in the center of the garage on the west face, directly opposite the Sherwin-Williams building. So the screen wall that we've been showing on the other sides actually wraps up to that notch. So if I start at that notch and I go left, then I go down to the east, and down the length of the building along Horton Street, and then and actually wrapping around the bike storage and service area, that's the extent of the perforated and corrugated metal screen elements. And then the only area that's treated differently is that area next to the drive ramps, the location where the bike storage and service note is actually shown as a drive ramp.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Then 2 more questions for Salil. One was, so I know that you mentioned that, building 8A, 8B, your best guess was, the demand might come up in 5 to 7 years. I was curious to hear what the construction timeline was for both of the buildings. In the presentation, I think Meeru mentioned that PDP requires at least a certain amount of square footage, 261K odd, to be built by 2024. But I wanted to know when both of the buildings, B1, B2, B3, would be constructed by.
Yeah, good question. This is Saleh again. The development agreement and forbearance agreement requires the city to requires us to get a building permit for X square feet, the remaining minimum project square feet by 1st of March 2024. And default looks like termination of the DA and loss of vested rights, in effect at the time the DA was recorded. So that's what default looks like. And then your question about how long these things take to build, the design process is about 6 to 9 months, and the construction process for 200,000 to 300,000 square feet is about 2 years. And depending on complexity, maybe a little more, but rough order of magnitude, that's what it takes. From building permit to substantial completion is about 2 years.
I see. So we are looking at a timeline of, say, 2026 at the earliest, right?
At the outside, actually, because so the latest that, in order for us to not default under the development agreement and forbearance agreement, we would have to, at the latest, pull a building permit on the remaining minimum project, round numbers, 260,000 square feet by 1st March 2024. That's 4 years away. And when we look at where the market is today, the unmet demand, and even with the economic headwinds going around, 4 years is a long time away. We don't know if we might have to wait that long to sort of advance these projects to shovel ready and tap demand.
Right. Yeah, I misspoke. I meant latest. And then just wanted to hear your initial thoughts about the TDM plan that you mentioned as part of your presentation.
Yeah. I can give you examples from other jurisdictions we've operated in. Mode shifts, I'm going to misstate this, but sort of at the top end of where contemporary projects are. If I had one of my experts, I want to say 25-35% of mode shift is what we're already signed up for elsewhere. And typically that process, this sort of ties back to not just your question, but the earlier question from Commissioner Keller, was I'm stating the obvious. The TDM process starts once we've got tenants with employees with specific addresses that they can now start, ride-sharing programs and flyers and very specific targeted sort of outreach programs. It doesn't happen for a spec building run by a developer. So let me pause there. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. No, I wasn't looking for an actual, plan per se. I just wanted to understand what kind of programs you were planning to build into your TDM plan to, help all these different kinds of employees that you mentioned who have to travel long ways or, rely on public transportation.
Yeah. Maybe I should make a statement that, it's a broad statement, and we know that we're new to the city. We're going to have to do some hard work to sort of, instill trust here, and it'll take a while for the city to see who the counterparty is. All I can say at this point is, we're not trying to pull a fast one and sort of try and take shortcuts to the end point. Our customers set a high bar for us. They're operating at the highest levels in their field. They're Fortune 50, Fortune 100 companies, with very high expectations, whether it's sustainability or building quality or execution and balance sheet. So we're definitely operating at a high level, and we're also owning and operating these things long term. So we're not sort of doing something and then flipping it and running away. So the decisions we're making today are long term. They need to work for top tier customers for the long run. We're operating these buildings for them while they come in and do their science in there. So, but you'll see, over these presentations, the effort we're putting in, the intent, is not to take a shortcut. I meant to add, one of the questions, it wasn't directed to us. It did come up in conversation was about, the sidewalk and the regulation. That's a very easy answer for us. We've got to do the right thing. We're not trying to go back to, 1985 sidewalks. We've got to do the right thing. It has to be a contemporary, modern, forward-looking campus, and that's what we'll do. So I'm sort of off script there a little bit, but that's our intent. That's where strategy is being set. But that's how we want to operate here. Let me pause. So just background.
Great, thank you.
Do you have any further questions, Commissioner Sohane?
No, those are my questions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to Commissioner Young. This is your opportunity for questions to the applicant.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, you guys. That's great. My first question comes to the landscaper. In terms of his way of handling the Horton Landing Park, I'm just kind of curious what he's thinking about that water feature that's rather large and how it's actually going to work in and around those bridges. Is this something that we're expecting to see people come down to water's edge, or is it going to be some pit that the water's going to sit low and you can't get to it? And then what happens at the north, and I guess it would be the top or lower part, if you're looking at that screen, is that a fence? Is that a gate? What's going on there? And then while he's at it, can he describe a little bit more about, he mentioned how it was going to be a tie to the main, access way. Boy, this is hard for me to do on the phone. And how does on the other end where that path comes together, where the bridge path goes across and it meets up with our main breezeways, how does it? Is there some kind of way to actually accent, that might carry something about the building, something that when you get across the street there? So can I get a little bit more about what that might look like?
Sure. Hi, this is Marcel from Bionic. So to be clear, a majority of Horton Landing, all of Horton Landing Park is outside the property line of BMR's property. There is a portion of BMR's property that will be Horton Landing Plaza, and it can touch the park and be integrated with the way it works, but that's a separate project. So that was the first part of your question, and maybe I should just ask John or Salil if they have anything to add to that.
Maybe one of these diagrams has the property lines drawn on it. That might help clarify the point. But that's all I have to add to Salil.
Okay. And then you're saying...
I'm sorry, you can see the faint gray lines here.
This is Miguel. Slide 5 may be able to show the property lines in a way that helps me answer the question.
I want to shoot Tito. The commissioner.
Commissioner Young. If we're looking at slide 5 from the presentation, would that help you understand the sightlines in terms of how they're answering questions?
Yes, that's what I wanted to see. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay. And then I think you had a second part of your question, which is there any relationship between the bridge and possibly the building or the plaza at the street edge?
Take us from the bridge through. What's the intended path really from the bridge through the park? Because it just doesn't really read very clearly the way I'm looking at it. I mean, you show public access, private street, but I'm a little bit confused on how that's supposed to tie in. That's
yes. So I think it's I'm not sure which slide it is that has the site plan, which shows the design of the park. Maybe it's slide 6?
Yes.
Yeah, slide 6 will show that as well. Yeah.
So you see where it says Horton Landing Park?
Yes.
So that curving path and its arc from Horton Street and to the west, that's designed by another party, and we're really talking about how the garage and the plaza at the end of it interface with that park, and and so there is some thought there. So and I go back to the stair tower. The bridge, there's a render. The bridge is meant to kind of have this kind of arching form. We think it's going to be painted red. So the stair tower on the garage, right at the corner at Horton, is quite prominent, and you'll be able to see it from down the street. You'll be able to see it from 53rd. And so the idea is maybe that the tie-in between the red stair and the bridge, that there's some way of kind of triggering your memory looking for that icon. And it's a way that the garage project can help you find that pedestrian route to the other side of the tracks.
I see. Yes, because of its size, and I just kind of feel there's this really nice, delicate yet complex look to that whole stairway coming in, contrasting with that. And then I really like the concept on how the night thing works in terms of dusk. But I had another question.
Great.
In terms of how the overall scale between the version that you guys showed before and this version that you're showing now. Can we go back to that slide for a second?
Yeah, that'd be slide 15. Is this what you're talking about?
No, it's probably a little before that. It shows the two buildings.
Yes.
No, a couple more bits. Yes. No, wait.
You're talking about for buildings 1, 2, and 3, the transition of scale between.
Showed what it was last time versus what it is this time.
Oh, there was an elevation that compares the two elevations of building 2 and 3. That was slide 7.
There we go. That's it. This one. So, I had a question. Was there any differentiation between this way so I'm looking at the two and I'm just kind of comparing the different sizes and how you have the capital work on the top of it and how that's exposed and then how the whole building sits off the ground. Are they exact as far as the height on, is it the only differences on the, just looking at it here. It's hard on a computer screen.
Yeah, there's a few subtle differences between these. They're intended to be as accurate as they can be, with respect to the building model and the scale, so that we know is accurate. The other subtle differences are we continue to work on the development of the ground level, the ground plane of the buildings, and the exact articulation of the skin, in and out. And so there are some subtle differences between exactly how they look. But otherwise, the roof screen element, which hides the mechanical equipment, and the basic building footprint is the same.
And then, okay. Oh, that's excellent. Thank you. Let's see, I had another question in terms of... For the garage and the front elevation of the garage, please. The one that's on Horton Street. You had the two entrances. One of them that has the pocket arc, and the one on the two entrances. Okay, so you have the one. Okay, keep going until you see the one with the pocket park a little bit more closely.
Slide 18 is the plan view.
There we go. So just stop right there, because this is, so, of the two entrances that go in and out of this garage, which one is actually more the key entrance? Is it really the one that's closest to the pocket park, or is it the one that's closest to the cafe? They're obviously not given equal look to them. One seems to be stronger, but what are we seeing out of that?
Well,
Commissioner,
functional.
Go ahead.
Sorry. From a functional standpoint, the garage or the entries are equal in terms of how you circulate through the building. As you come in through call it the north entrance, you move forward and then you go up the ramp at the back of the building. And if you take the center entrance, you move in and you go up the ramp in the center of the building. And so in that way, they both feed a dedicated circulation system. And in terms of which one's more visually prominent, I think they'll both be very effective. And the nature of human nature is that people will have their favorite spot and their favorite route through the garage. And so I think after a very, very short learning curve, the traffic will distribute itself between two entrances based on where people want to end up, parking garage. And since this is going to be, obviously, it's not a shopping mall, it's a facility where people come every day. Right. I think we'll see a great deal of consistency in terms of the traffic use for both of those entries.
Answered that question. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any further questions from the commissioners at this time? All right, hearing no further questions from commissioners. I just have one question before we continue on to public comment for the applicant. Can you speak to the height of building B1314 compared to the Sherwin-Williams building just to the west of that? What's the height difference between both buildings?
Mrs. John Micko, I don't have the facts and figures at my fingertips right now, but the buildings are approximately the same height. There's not a substantial difference between them in terms of one, being a lot taller than the other. They'd probably be within 10 feet of each other in terms of total overall height.
And within that 10 feet, would you say that the B13, B14 building is the taller of the two?
I'd really have to check to see. They're very close, so I just don't remember the details. I'd have to actually dig back through the package I really shared earlier, which
no worries.
describes building D in detail, which I haven't done for a while.
Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Guerrero? Looking at the
Maru?
plans I have gone through, this is Commissioner Donaldson. The building D is shown with a 71-foot height roof, and the building 1314 is shown with an 82-foot roof. So there's that's about 10 feet difference, and the garage is taller.
Okay. Thank you,
And
Commissioner Donaldson.
the top of the core is shown as 94 feet, actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right, which would occur actually on the Horton Street side, right, not on the back side. And there's
so the Horton Street side. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that the ramp that actually has the bike storage and service label actually is dropping. So this rectangle where the B1314 is shown, that's the highest part of the building. And then essentially the ramps drop down from there. So it's actually a story less as you approach the north side.
Okay. That was my only question that hasn't been asked at this point. So at this point, go ahead and open up this item for public comment. This being a study session, do we have any public comments that have been submitted at this point, Sherry?
No, we do not.
Okay. I'm going to give it just a few more seconds there, pause, to allow for any final public comment for this item? All right, so I've opened public comment for this item at this point. At this point, seeing no public comment submitted electronically, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment for this item and open up for deliberation from the commission. All right, so we'll begin with Commissioner Donaldson. Do you have any comments that you'd like to present at this time?
Yeah, I can go through the list that we have on our staff report of the issues to be considered. And the first one is the shadow studies. And I would definitely like to see the shadow studies for the 3 other times of year, the solstice and the 2 equinoxes, so that we can see what the total impact is likely to be. And 9 o'clock, noon, and 3 o'clock would be great. On the garage building, that's obviously the biggest concern of all of us on the commission right now. And in looking at this, I think that the 599 space reduction makes the most sense. I think that during the time frame that we're looking at for this project go forward, especially for the final 2 buildings that are not part of this middle right now, to go forward, that the transportation landscape is going to be changing quite a lot in the Bay Area. And I think that numbers of required parking spaces are going to be dropping even more in the future as people use other types of transportation and more options become available. So I think that the need for a garage of this size is overblown. I don't think it's appropriate right now. I'm really concerned. I know that this project was entitled before Sherwin-Williams, but there are 55 units who are facing that parking garage on the east side of the Sherwin-Williams project. That's the view from the front of their homes now. It's going to be a wall of parking garage, 20 or 25 or 30 feet from where they're, some of them have little balconies shown, some of them just have windows, but that's where people are going to be getting their light and their air and their view from that whole side of the building. And it's 5 stories of residential units that are below the top level of the parking garage, and that really seems like a really bad situation. I think that the size, the footprint of the garage could be reduced, the height of the garage could be reduced. I think that some changes need to be made to make this a workable relationship. The amount of space for a buffer between there is, between those 2 things is pretty small, and it's going to be completely shaded. So things that are growing in there are not going to grow that well, not going to grow that fast. So I think that this is a really, really serious problem area. Concerning the plant palette, I really like the ideas of these different planting types, the pollinator garden and the wet spots and the dry spots and that. And I think that those are really powerful concepts, and I think they'll work really well in this space. I am concerned about the street trees. I realize that the Lombardy poplars that are there now wreak havoc with paving and root damage is a serious issue, but they make such a strong statement coming down the street. I would love to see something that has that kind of presence on Horton Street, with some really statuesque kind of trees that get tall and that scale the buildings a little bit better. I really do like the way the materials are relating to the Legaretta building, that they're tying to the materials, but not trying, as you said, not trying to replicate those. So I'm happy with the design, and I do like that stacked box of the tall building on the corner. I'm a little bit concerned at the 20-foot setback at the corner of Horton and Stanford. It seems like 20 feet seems like a lot, but it's not that much. It's sort of a pinch point when you're looking at that whole approach to the building and approach to the entries to the building. I'm wondering whether that could be adjusted or the treatment done there so that would be a little bit more have more of a feeling of openness, or, you know, I mean, even an entrance there or something, so that it felt like you were arriving at something rather than having a pinch point there. Again, my major concern, it's not just the 55 units in Building D of Sherwin-Williams, but the other building across, what is it, 45th Street? The other building that is part of the Sherwin-Williams development, there are 20 units of that looking at a garage as their front, the view out of their units too. So whatever needs to be done to reduce the massing of that and to make it an interesting looking building would be greatly, would be a real improvement. And I do think that the treatment with the screens is a better treatment than what we had before. I think it's interesting, but I think this thing is just so big that it's so close to so many residences now that it's problematic. And that's my comments for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Donaldson. Just for clarification, the building to the south is B2, and so that's the building that Commissioner Donaldson was mentioning, just to the south of the garage.
Right.
Can we see put a site plan on that, please?
What was your question, Commissioner Young?
Please go to the site plan image of that so we can just see the whole complex at the same time.
I'm looking at two different slides. I have slide 18 that I'm looking at from the applicant's presentation, and then slide 39 from Maru's presentation, and comparing the two.
Slide 6 actually may show the relationship that Commissioner Young is looking for.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. With no further questions or comments from Commissioner Donaldson, I'm going to move on to Commissioner Keller.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, as usual, on projects like this, I'm going to be pretty long-winded, so please excuse me and bear with me on that. So first of all, I want to start off with the positives, and there are plenty of those. I'm totally excited about this project and really can't wait for it to move forward. Looking at our issues to be considered, I love the look, the mass, and the design of both office towers. For me, those are a go. I love the open spaces and plazas. Again, I appreciate the opening of Chiron Way. That is just critical to the functionality of this for the city as a whole. I thank you for locating both your loading docks on Chiron Way and not on Stanford. I like the plant and tree selection, and I totally agree with everything Commissioner Donaldson, who is our planting expert, says. I like the variety of gardens, the seasonality, the pollinators, and et cetera. Overall, I love and support the project as proposed, other than the parking structure, of course. So the first thing I want to do is just mention, if we are going to keep the PUD, its parking levels of what it was 25 years ago in 1995, then I think we need to keep the entire PUD. Otherwise, all aspects of this PUD are under consideration for adjustment. We're not going to cherry pick and decide that we're changing the total structure and look at the buildings, but yet we're still going to use the parking standards from 1995. So for me, all aspects of this project are an adjustment, and I don't really want to compare what was the parking counts of a building of this nature 25 years ago. So with that said, I'm glad Commissioner Donaldson had talked about the relation of the parking structure and the Sherwin-Williams site, and I would like to go back to 3 slides for everybody, but particularly the Commission, to look at the relationship of this. And unfortunately, when I was doing this, the slide numbers were covered, but there's a slide that has the overall view of the green space, the open space, and the pathways. So if we can get to that one, that was probably the first one that the landscape architect talked about.
The 22, I think.
there was one that showed all the pathways and the gardens throughout the city. It showed Emeryville Village and things like that as well.
Oh, yeah. The aerial perspective.
Yeah, the aerial.
Yeah, right.
Slide 10.
That one there. Okay, so first of all, what I'd like to do is, it's at the bottom of the screen, kind of near that last circle, and you'll see the light gray is the parking structure, and then the dark gray is, on each, the south side, west side, are the Sherman-Williams projects. So I'd like all of us to just take a look at that, kind of soak that in and see what that parking structure, how it relates to those two buildings. And then if we advance further, I don't know if it's 11 or 12, but there's two more slides I want to just quickly, everyone show. One is the southeast view of the parking garage. That one there. Okay, so here again, now we're looking at the apartment building to the west of the parking structure. So just giving everybody a look and feel of that relationship. And I think the other one might just be one more slide, like 14, oh, 15, 16 is one that's, yeah, this one here. So again, like Commissioner Donaldson pointed out, you see the balconies of the apartments here. Then you see what the view of, and I didn't have the count, thank God Commissioner Donaldson did, 55 people are going to get to look at this open perforation of a parking structure. That's that close to their house. And that's going to block almost all the morning sun for them. So in the discussion, I just wanted to have people keep these images in mind. So the issues that I have to consider, or that I have problems with, are item 2 and item 3, which on our staff report is different than what the slide says. In the staff report, item 2 is parking garage building. Does the commission agree with staff that it's better consistency for the circulation? And then item 3 is parking provisions, which they had stated, is it adequate or excessive? So this, to make it, someone's got their mic on. So, so in regards to number 3, I think, which in my opinion drives number 2, I feel that 2,018 spaces is too many. I'd like to see the number drop to about 1,600. And I have a suggestion for that, which will also address item 2. First off, I think the structure is too big. And though I like the bold styling and I think it's just a little bit too bold and looming for this constrained location on Horton Street. I'm very concerned about the relationship of this structure and the apartments that are going to be constructed to the west. Having a 9-story parking structure this close is just not good. And though I love the look and the drama of the red staircases on each corner, I just feel they're too much. In a location like Mission Bay or Oyster Point, this would be great. But here, it's just a little too much. I'm in no way an architect, nor do I wish to be. And I think overall the team has done a great job. But in the spirit of collaboration, I feel obligated to at least give you some ideas of what I think would work. Now, Sherry, if you could bring up the first image of the floor plates of the parking garage for me, of the slides I had sent. So as you see this drawing, there it is. So the upper left-hand corner is what's currently proposed as the standard floor plates. And there's some feedback somewhere. I don't know if that's mine or someone's got their mic on. So the top slide to the right shows a reduction of the 9th and the 8th floors, and it's a reduction of 106 spaces per floor, which would be 211 spaces. And as you can see, it takes about half the width of that parking garage away. And then if you go down to floors 7, 6, and 5, you've gained back 1 row of parking in that with that space. And then on the 4th floor, what I've done is taken away that someone else or is that me?
There's a beeping sound, and if you're not speaking, we're going to ask that you turn your mic on mute.
Yeah, I don't think that's... I hope that's not
Sherry,
coming
that
from me.
maybe something in...
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
Not sure. It comes in loud.
Sherry, do you have the ability to mute people?
I am on mute myself here in the room, but it does...
No, but I mean mute everybody else.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, it's gone. It's gone, it seems like. So anyway, so the last image is just of the fourth floor. What I've done there is kind of gotten rid of that notch where there's about 8 spaces in there. So this is to illustrate how we can take that building down from top to bottom. And what this does is it eliminates about 401 spaces, which would take us from the 2018 down to about 1618 or something like that. And if you could show the next page, this will kind of give us all, thinking back about those apartments and how close they are, this will give us an idea. So the image on the right is as proposed, and then the image on the left is how the step back on that would work. And now we could see that as the sun rises and comes over with the building cut back as this, it would allow light and more air into those apartments. And then it would be a lot less imposing building on those people in that space as well. So I'd like to, and we'll go into more of my justification for reducing the amount of parking in there. But we're looking at this picture. Additionally, like I said, I like the red staircases. I think it's dramatic. I think this area is too constrained to have something this big and this dramatic. So what I would like to see is something like some staircases that are a little bit more open rather than enclosed, and that the space is enclosed in a glass structure that would give more of a lantern effect when lit at night. And I think it would lighten up the bulk of it. I think you could add your accent colors in the sidewall and the awning, and that would tie in the red thing that you're looking at. But again, this is totally up to you guys to decide. I'm just wanting to throw ideas so you don't just think I'm thinking you just come up with an idea. And then it was mentioned also about perhaps using the screening on the side of the building to get some wayfinding so people can find their way to the bridge. So the white lettering on the screen just kind of shows a way that we could illustrate that to the new Bay Bridge and et cetera.
Commissioner Keller?
Yes.
Since I'm looking at hard copies of all the presentations, I don't know that your visuals are something that was provided for me today. I love the idea. It sounds like something that I'm really interested in seeing, but I don't see it. Is there a way for that to be shared with me through email or for?
Pardon me. You should have those. They would be legal size, 2 pages clipped together.
2 pages?
Mm-hmm. And
yeah, I thought you guys had talked about that.
Yeah.
We did, and I just don't see it in the materials.
There was a lot of materials for 9.
Yeah, there's so many. It could be easily lost. I've been looking for it, but I can't find it, and I'll continue looking.
Okay, and I can email that to you as well.
If you email it, I'll be able to just pull it up and take a look also. Thank you.
Okay, in the consideration of time, I'll just kind of continue going through this because I got a little bit ways to go still yet.
Thank you.
I know for the district, you're welcome. So I know for the traditional funding models, as I had asked for clarification earlier, a needed number of parking spaces is prescribed by a fixed formula, whether that's a matrix or whether that's opinions gathered by clients or whatever. But as the plan cover page G000 states, you guys are planning a cohesive, modern life science campus for the 21st century, but you're using 1970s parking formulas to calculate your parking needs. To give you an understanding of what I'm talking about, I'd like to paraphrase an article from the American Planning Association Planning Magazine of August-September of 2019. And the article is titled, "May You Live in Interesting Times." And it starts, "The old curse is particularly timely for planning commissioners and planning staff. On top of climate change, they have to chart a path forward in a world increasingly shaped by demographics, economic and technical changes. These changes can bring opportunities to cities and suburbs alike if they are willing to let go of old principles that have guided their work for decades. Flexibility is key. That means adopting a more flexible approach to planning, abandoning fixed outcomes for total square footage, number of square spaces in favor of performance-based goals. Traditional ratios are increasingly meaningless, end quote. Now, the reason I feel that you can reduce your space number is because I feel we have enough alternate transportation sources to support people getting to and from this site without using the personal vehicles. But not only do I feel there's enough options, encouraging alternate transportation sources is directed in our general plan. Our guiding principle number 5 states a diversity of transportation modes and choices. General plan provides incentives for alternative transportation modes, including transit, car and van pooling, bicycles, walking, and telecommuting. Residents, and I'll add visitors and workers, will be able to access stores, offices, and the waterfront or regional transit networks without needing a car, end quote. And this can be done in a number of transit options that already serve this area. We can start with our very own Emeryville round bus system, which didn't exist in 1995 when the PUD was approved. It serves Dart, it travels right past this site on Hollis Street. Then there's AC Transit, it has several buses that serve this area. There's the 29 that again passes right on Hollis Street, as well as the 36, the 57, and the F Transbay bus, as all stop on 40th and Hollis, as well as 40th and Horton Street. And soon they'll be able to access it from the Shellmount Street side using the Bay Street shopping bridge. There are 2 bike share stations within the project area, one at Hollis and Stanford, and the second one at Hollis and 53rd Street. And then for employees that need to drive during the day to run an errand, pick up a child, whatever, there's Zip Car Pod at Hollis and 45th Street. But the often overlooked heavy hitter is our Amtrak station. That is only a third of the way further from this site than its own parking garage. Amtrak has 24 daily trains that run from the Central Valley and Sacramento through Emeryville, down the East Bay to cities such as Hayward, Fremont, and San Jose. So this project is served by plenty of transit options. Getting back to the garage itself, with fewer cars using the garage, I believe that 1, maybe 2 exits, but I'm now thinking that 1 would be enough. I just think right now, as it's planned, or it was planned before, there were 9 points of conflict. There now looks to be anywhere from 6 to 4. And I think, well, where those go, I would leave up to you guys. It seems like you're working that out as it is. But I don't think signs telling people bikes are crossing are helpful or safe for bikes. People ignore signs more than they pay attention to them. So at best, for you guys, you were saying there's costing 40. I was estimating at $35,000 per space. Removing 400 spaces will save you guys $14 million. And if it's at 40,000 spaces, it's even more. But before I leave that thought, one other concern I have is, again, as you noticed, the width of the sidewalk. And I'd like to follow the city design guidelines and have a minimum clear walking space of 8 feet on all sidewalks in the redevelopment area. At our next go around, I'd like to see the measurements shown that in the plans, and I thank you for that. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. All right, we're going to move on and open it up for comments from Commissioner Sohane.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Keller. I think you captured sentiment behind some of my comments as well. But let me just go down through the list that the staff had put up for the commissioners to comment on. So I'll start with the shadow studies. And I agree with Commissioner Donaldson that there should definitely be more shadow studies. Something that can demonstrate that residential development, open spaces, outdoor amenity areas have a good amount of continuous sunshine available to them most of the year. And just taking an example out here, it can be clearly seen that the parking structure will block off any sunlight for that matter for the Sherwin site that's just coming across it. And definitely this very quick sketch by Commissioner Keller helps in stepping back and allowing that. But having more shadow studies added to the design report will help the team determine the effect of this development on surrounding areas and better the design. The second aspect was garage building, and the third one was parking provision. So I'll try to combine these two comments. And again, I completely agree, and my comments resonate with my fellow commissioners. This PDP was approved back in 1995. That was a different era altogether, and one could argue that the public transportation choices back then were fewer than they are today, or less frequent for that matter. But I don't think we should be following the parking recommendations from that time. And the reason why I was so interested in understanding the construction timeline of these projects was to get a sense of where we will be in the future when this parking structure would actually be constructed. And rightly, as my other fellow commissioners pointed out, the transportation landscape will be very different from what it is now. The city of Emeryville is already very proactive in investing in alternative modes of transportation, and we should continue and do the same for this particular site as well. The other thing that I want to highlight is that this parking number that the design team has been working with also accommodates the parking demand for building 8A and 8B. And again, that is also at least 5 to 7 years down when the design team decides or the developer decides to go ahead and construct that project. And I agree with the design team sentiment of regulations not changing overnight for people not being able to commute or not driving when they are coming to work. But again, since we are talking 4 to 5 to 10 years down the line, I think we should be really proactive in terms of what and how we want to define this future, and with more telecommuting options. And we already see this with COVID-19 of how different companies are adapting, and maybe in the future there'll be more telecommuting options that the companies will offer. We should definitely try to cut down the parking number as much as we can. In terms of the number of entries or exits to this parking garage, obviously if we are trimming down on the size of the building and that of the parking garage, that would automatically, in my opinion, reduce the number of entries. And I still agree with the staff's report of restricting it to one motor vehicle entrance exit if possible. On that note, I also want to throw out the idea that I think I might have brought last time around, if the design team has looked at options for underground parking. And of course, I understand that some of that might be more expensive than this, but when you are putting down, that money, that level of money in the design of a futuristic campus, trying to make sure that, the parking structure in itself doesn't become this huge thing that deprecates the quality of the environment, was something that I would challenge the team to think about. Getting to item number 4, which was the plant palette. So it's really good to see the design of the plants and trees from last time around, and I really appreciate the use of low water plants and, if possible, drought tolerant plants in this particular area. And also, take one step forward and see if these could be made green infrastructure compatible. And I know that the design team spoke about some of those aspects, so I would definitely encourage the team to explore further. I also noticed that there is a climate resilient street tree list that the city of Emeryville has on their website, and I noticed that some of the trees that were recommended fall outside that list. So I would, but like the design team, clarified that it was still a work in progress. So I would definitely recommend working with the staff members at the city to move that in the right direction. In terms of overall comments on the design and site planning, I really support the project altogether, putting parking on the site. And I really appreciate the design team's effort in adding more details, especially on the landscaping and urban design front, from when it was shown to the Planning Commission last time around. Just walking by some of the key aspects of the design, and I'll try to touch on both pros and cons that I found this time around. So again, on circulation front, I really like this fine grid approach and the emphasis on pedestrian and bicycle circulation that the design team has included in the project and keeps on improving in each and every iteration that is presented to us. And I also really appreciate the fact that one of the suggestions of converting Chiron Street into a shade street was accommodated, and the latest set of plans and illustrations show that. So that is really a positive sign. In terms of urban design aspects, like the visual representation of the park that is created at the bridge landing area, and also the activation that is created by this the accommodation of new amenities such as cafes or other like public-faced amenities that would activate that public realm in the entire development. So that is definitely a positive sign, and I want to congratulate the team on that. As I mentioned, really like the design of the shade street, and would encourage the team to explore and add more green infrastructure elements to it. Had a couple of comments on the street sections that were shown. So one of them were that the sidewalks are shown to be 6 feet wide in certain cases, and I would definitely recommend them to be at least 7 to preferably 8 feet wide. We need to make sure that so 6 feet is something that is recommended for residential areas. This will be a campus, and like having a generous sidewalk space would add to the overall quality of the space out here. One question that I missed asking, but maybe I'll leave that as a comment, is there are concrete pavers shown on the shared street concept or diagrams that the design report had, and I would urge the team to explore the idea of them being pervious, thereby adding like more green infrastructure elements and water retention and purifying within the campus. The material usage, both on the external facade, on the green landscape spaces and other public spaces, is definitely a great thing. And one thing that I would like to see improved or explored in the future design phases is palette of street furniture, especially light fixtures, examples of bicycle parking, other street amenities like trash receptacles, and how they can be coherently tied to the language of the overall development of this research campus. And I think that through the design of the parking structure, the design team tried to touch on some wayfinding aspects, such as like using color to connect it to the pedestrian bridge. And I would definitely encourage a team to explore further wayfinding schemes and develop, working with the city and developing a wayfinding program for the campus that also ties it to some of these other transportation nodes, such as Amtrak or like Emeryville and other spaces that informs users and like ties in further into the TDM program once you have that. And touching on the topic that other fellow commissioners have touched on, parking is something that can still be resolved. I definitely recommend bringing this number down further. 500 spaces would be great. More would be even better. But at the same time, have some sort of a TDM, thought process built in to make sure that you accommodate for employee movement to your campus and beyond. And while the report says that ADA, parking has been accommodated closer to the building, I haven't seen that, but that's something that I would like to see in the next version of this design session. And I don't want to go over this again, but the significant bulk of parking structure that is visible from residential development is not something that is great, especially when 50 plus units are going to see there for the rest of the time that they live there or their lives. So definitely would challenge the design team out there to further find creative ways of reducing this impact and developing the next iteration that more resonates with the design goals of the city as well as of the development. Let's see. I think those were all the comments I had. But again, I want to congratulate the team on putting that extra level of effort in terms of improving the public REM spaces, especially the designs of shade spaces and landscape features that were added in this round from last time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sohane. Before I continue with my comments, I want to open it up for any other commissioners that have comments at this point. All right, hearing none at this point, I'll just jump in here. Looking at the shadow studies, yes, I'd like to learn more about different times of the year and the day as well. So in agreement with my fellow commissioners there. I do also agree that in my view here, I want to thank the design team for really listening to the feedback that was provided in the last meeting. I think you did a great job with coming back and responding to those. The design aesthetics are pleasing to the eye for me. At this point, for buildings B1, B2, and 3, I don't have much concern in terms of design there. I think that it looks great. It's going to be a nice feature in the corner there. I appreciate the courtyard and the access for Chiron Way. I think that in terms of my concerns for this proposal, it's in line with the feedback that I'm hearing from most of the commission, and that's in regard to the building B1314, the parking structure. I think it's a monster, and I do want to acknowledge the fact that the spaces were decreased since the last study session, so that's great. In line with what some of the feedback has been already, I'd like to see that that number even decrease more to closer to the estimated demand for that structure, which would be closer to 1,500. And so that's the amount of parking that I feel comfortable with in that space. And I also I still feel like we're introducing a lot of parking spaces in that location, and still concerned about even 1,500. I think that there's something to be said with the coordination of the Griffiths parking lot just across the street, and would like to see some effort at coordinating more with that company for the next study session. In terms of some of the design elements for the parking structure, I am in agreement and appreciate Commissioner Keller's solution for the different levels in terms of reducing the bulkiness of the facade as it faces the Sherman-Williams residential units. In terms of the design element proposed to have a a glass structure that acts as a lantern. I'm not as interested in that. I think that the movement of the stairwell in a bold color like red really does add a visual feature that I'm excited about seeing come together. Now, I am not as excited about the northwestern corner of the parking garage, the one that faces the park and the Horton landing to the bridge. I'm thinking of that landing as a really, like, you're on a bike bridge coming down into a really nice park, but then your view is of a graded parking structure. And so that doesn't seem as appealing for the rider either. And I'm imagining that space being a really good location for some type of visual art on the actual building itself. I'm thinking about what the San Jose Airport has of similar art structures, even a similar grade on the parking garage. I think that that's an empty pellet that I think in the next study session I'd like to see fleshed out a little bit more and utilize, and not just a different color, but something that adds some appeal and art as for people to enjoy in that little park there. Looking at my notes, for the parking structure itself and thinking of solutions for the reduction of parking, possibly introducing some way to prioritize carpooling spots for the people that are employed there. Ideally, to promote carpooling, maybe those spaces could be in a easy, accessible area within the first couple floors, so that those spots are ideal and people would favor those over the others for carpooling. I agree with Commissioner Keller's pointing out all the different public transit options that are available for us. I appreciate those. There are multiple options for public transit, as well as biking, pedestrian connections, casual carpool, the AC transit. There's so many, and so I don't think it would be good for us to favor cars in this area if we're really trying to promote sustainable modes of transit for the future. I love the courtyard in the, I think I already said that for B2, B3, or B1, 2, 3. And appreciate the palette of trees and the materials and the furnishings. I think that the furnishings that you showed in the examples were really clean, and I enjoyed the cement structure that was shown on one of the, let's see, I'm trying to find the page here. On slide 26, I think that all of those furnishings are attractive and complement the design of the buildings in a great way. All about the pollinator gardens, I think that's great to attract local biodiversity. And I'm really interested in Commissioner Donaldson's idea of a cycle track on the east side of Horton. And so would like to explore what that would look like and if that's even a possibility for that space. I think that's a nice solution for reducing the interaction between cars entering the garage and bicyclists that may be using that street. Those are all my comments right now. In terms of next steps, want to go back to the applicant and check in to see if there are any further questions or clarifications that you need based on the feedback that you received tonight.
This is Salil here. Thanks, definitely appreciate it. This is a tough one. We definitely understand it. It's the problem statement is very clear. I completely get it. The parking count, but received it, understood it, got all the feedback.
And do you have any questions based on the feedback provided?
Let me return to Vlad or Bionic. John, or yeah, do you guys have any questions?
No additional questions from me, Salil. Thank you, Commissioners, for your comments. Appreciate the thoughtful responses.
None from the landscape and public realm. All very clear, articulate.
All right. Are there any? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, this is Commissioner Sohane. Just one more minor thing that I noticed in one of the sections. So on Horton Street, the cycle track, or the separated bikeway as it's called, is shown as 4 feet. But I believe the regulations suggest, the Caltrans documents, DI Design Bulletin 89 says that it should be 5 feet minimum, and the buffer in itself should be 3 feet. That's preferred. 2 feet can still work, but I would ask the design team to explore if vertical elements and what sort of vertical elements can exist in that buffer area if it is 2 feet. That extra foot for the cycle lane can definitely be obtained by trimming down the auto lanes to 11 feet each, which are currently shown as 12 feet.
Thank you, Commissioner Sohane. At this time, are there any questions for Maru? Do you need any more clarification or questions that you'd like to ask from the Commission?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Welcome. All right.
Chair, Chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner Keller.
Yeah, this is just in closing. I'd like just to make one more comment to the design team, and just to realize that I think that we all know that we are a Bay Area city, but we are very dense, much more different than the cities you're used to building in. So rather than looking at Emeryville like you do South San Francisco, Foster City, New York, Newark, or even San Diego, I think that you'd have a better approach if you looked at it more like your projects in Boston and Cambridge. And then looking at your sites, I looked at 3 of the buildings there, the one on Black Sand Circle, the one on West Kendall, and the one on Brent Street. And Brent Street is the only one that talked about parking, and it talked about neighborhood garages, not like it even had its own garage. And the others talked about the public transit that's available. So I know we're not the East Coast, and I know we're not Boston, but I think you might have a better approach to this if you looked at us more in a dense area like Cambridge in the area of MIT, and don't look at us like Oyster Point or Mission Bay. We don't have that kind of space here. So kind of approach it that way, and I think you might come to a better conclusion. That's all I think.
Appreciate the comment. This is Salil.
Yeah, I would also, this is Commissioner Young, and I would also agree with that as well. I think this is one thing about the scale of this whole thing is that, especially that garage building, is just really overscaled. And I agree with everybody on there. We have a situation where as many people that is coming in and out of the Bay Area, that come into this town and go and just hit every possible location. And I did bring up that bridgeway because I had a point. You're going to have people from Bay Street come into the complex and back and forth, and there's going to be a series of traffic. There's a lot of open, and this is kind of the crux part of this of what's going on here. And I know that's not, maybe like you said, it's not exactly part of the project, but it is part of the project, and it is part of like how this movement of like how people are going to view things. I mean, you're opening up a mall to this area, and it's critical on what it looks like. And one of the commissioners brought up, you take a bike, you come down into the area, and I did bring that up for that specific reason, and that's where I was coming to. What do they do when they roll off that bike? Where do they go when they come on the other side? How does it tie into the rest of how it's going to slip through the complex? I think there's some issues that weren't really, and I know that we have this large building that's in front of this Sherwin-Williams, and I brought that up last time. I mean, it was something that I actually specifically said that how that's to be able to look at. I'd love to see if there's going to be a redesign, please provide some really good orthographic or some kind of models that we can actually see relations of these buildings, even though they're not part of your site, they're part of the project. including Bay Street. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any further comments for this item before we continue on to our public hearings? All right. I'm going to move us along. We're going to start with our first item on public hearings, item 10.1. This is the Adeline Springs extension request. Maru, do you want to start with your presentation?
Yes.
Great.
So I'm waiting for the screen to come up. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is a request for a permit extension of the use permit and design review that was approved 2 years ago. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Right, so the Planning Commission approved the use permit and design review for this housing project on March 22nd of 2018. That included 29 units and 46 live work units. Next slide, please. This is the location of the building. It is a third of an acre. There's an existing nearly 6,000 square foot one-story building that will be demolished. Next slide, please. This kind of shows the ground floor plan and the street trees on Adeline Street. Next slide, please. This is the building section. It's like a 5-story building with a maximum height of 59 feet. Next slide, please. And this is the Adeline Street elevation. Next slide, please. And this kind of gives you the daytime rendering from the corner. Next slide, please. So the use permits and design review expire 1 year after the date of approval unless a building permit application has been made. Our regulations allow the Commission to grant 2 one-year permit extensions to previously approved permits provided certain findings can be made. Last day of March, the Commission approved the applicant's first request to extend their permits to March of this year. So this is their second and final permit extension. Next slide, please. So the applicant has been working to acquire financing for the project. This has been the major cause for the delay. At this time, the applicant is proposing to construct the project as a 100% affordable housing project by using Measure C funds, the housing bond that was passed by Emeryville voters in June 2018. The applicant plans also to apply for applicable state and federal funds, as well as to construct the project at an average affordability of 50% of area median income, which is considered at very low income level. Next slide, please. So these are the findings that the Commission needs to make in order to grant the second and the final request for extension. The first one is whether a good faith effort has been made to commence the work upon reuse. The applicant has been in contact with city's economic development and housing manager, Chad Smalley, who's in charge of the Measure C funds. It is a housing project, and therefore, as proposed at this point, it's 100% affordable, so it is in the interest of the city of Emeryville to extend the permit. There are no substantial changes that would require any further or additional CEQA review, and the permit holder has been maintaining the property in general in compliance with all our city regulations. Next slide, please. Next slide. So with that, the staff is recommending that the Commission approve this request for this last one-year extension, and the new expiration date would be March 22nd, 2021. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. The applicant is the chat room, so to speak. He does not have a presentation, but he is available for questions if you were to have any.
Thank you, Maru. So at this point, I want to open it up to questions for staff or the applicant. I'll start with Commissioner Donaldson.
I don't have any questions.
Any questions there, Commissioner Keller?
I have no questions. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you said no
I said
questions?
I have no question. No questions.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right. And I failed to invite Commissioner Mendez back. Well, hopefully you made it back. Do you have any questions?
I did make it back. No, I don't have any questions. It's pretty straightforward.
Great. Commissioner Sohane?
Just a couple of questions. One to the staff. Do we know the timing for the release of the NOLA funds?
No. At this time, there is no timeline for NOFA. And, yeah. So I did check with Chad Smalley.
Okay. And what happens, I think it was mentioned in the report that if a building permit is not submitted, then this process will have to be initiated again, right?
The permits will expire. That is correct.
Okay. And then one just quick question for the applicant. Pending financing, is the property like building permit ready?
Or if the applicant is speaking, we can't hear you, so you might be on mute still.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't catch the question.
So I was just interested in knowing that pending financing, is the property building permit ready? Meaning that, say, if you were to receive the financing tomorrow, how long would it take for you to submit the building permit?
Oh, good question. Sometime we would estimate between 6 to 9 months.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Young, do you have any questions?
No, I think it's good interest to have the city of Emeryville extend this permit. Thank you.
All right. I don't have any questions at this time. And I would like to go ahead and open it up for those that are listening from home and open up public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open up public hearing for this item and check in with Sherry and see if we've had any public comment that's been submitted up to this point.
Not at this time.
Okay, we'll give it a few seconds here for those that might have some last comments. All right. So hearing no comments at this point, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing for this item and open it up for deliberation from the commissioners. Are there any commissioners that would like to speak and provide comments on this item?
I have no comment.
Okay. I feel like there may not be any comments from the remaining of the commissioners. Am I correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. This is an action item, so I'm looking for a motion.
I would happily make a motion. I'd happily make a motion that we approve the request for the one-year extension. This is Commissioner Keller.
All right. We have a motion. A motion made by Commissioner Keller and seconded by Commissioner Sohane. Can we have a roll call vote, Charlie?
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Commissioner Mendez?
Aye.
Commissioner Sohane?
Aye.
Commissioner Young?
Aye.
And Chair Guerrero?
Aye.
6 ayes. The extension request is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Thank you, Charlie. All right.
Thank you.
And thank you to the applicant and Maru. I think that was the last item for you tonight. So thanks for joining us on this call. We're going to move on to item 10.2. This is a public market master sign program, and I believe this one here is for Navar. You there, Navar?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Excellent. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Mendez. I'll be presenting tonight on the Public Market Master Sign Program. The applicant is here and available for questions, but does not have a supplemental presentation this evening. So this is for the Public Market Master Sign Program. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Next slide, please. So this is the area that the public market, let's just say the Master Sign Program, that the Master Sign Program covers. So all of the red areas show the storefront facades that will be covered by the Master Sign Program. Next slide. So a little bit of background, a little bit of refresher for you. The Planning Commission approved a Master Sign Program for the public market area way back in 2005, and it was updated in 2011 with new signs and new designs. Next slide, please. In 2016, the relocation of Chalmers Street meant that the existing project identity signs needed to be replaced, and a new directional sign program was applied for and then approved in 2017 by the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. So the public market directional sign program did not include tenant signage. It was just for directional information and kiosk signs. A condition of approval, however, was that the applicant needed to obtain a new master sign program for tenants. Next slide, please. So due to redesign and delays of achieving the final development approvals for Parcel B, the Master Sign Program was put on hold, but in October of 2019, the application was received. Next slide, please. And in January 23rd, Planning Commission held a study session for this new Master Sign Program for tenants. So the Planning Commission was generally supportive. They requested, or you all requested, that minor mistakes be addressed and that the program be double-checked for consistency with the sign regulations. It was also requested to add Parcel C to the program, which is the former grocery store location, and then also that details be added to address concerns about lighting and temporary signs. So these revised plans contain all of those corrections and additions that were requested. Next slide, please. So the signage standards are included for tenants of Parcel A, B, C, G, the brick building and the tower building, and create standards for all tenant signage that establish maximum allowable sign areas, define sign materials, what type of sign types are allowed, but they do not dictate content at all. Next slide. So here's another map of the sign area, and this shows the individual tenants spaces that are covered in the Master Sign Program. Next slide, please. So there's 7 different sign types that are covered in the Master Sign Program. None of this has changed from last time. This is the same general content from the sign program you saw before. Next slide, please. And the signs in general, the types they can be, what they can contain, there have not been any significant changes into that. More specificity has been added, but as the Commission was generally happy with the direction the Master Sign Program was going, these sorts of things have not been changed. Next slide, please. Master Sign Program does not propose specific signs or sign types. It just provides a direction and consistency for tenants as they change over time. And as required by the Master Sign Program, there is a table in the Master Sign Program with a computation for allowable sign area for each tenant so that they do not exceed the square footage of 1 square footage of sign area per 1 linear foot of public frontage. And that is a requirement of sign regulations for the city. Next slide, please. So here's a sample from the Master Sign Program showing awning signs, and it outlines different features that awning signs can have. So sign area, sign location, allowable materials, allowed lighting. It shows sample photos of what that could be like, and then also a diagram. Next slide, please. And then this is a sample of what the elevations look like. This is specifically for Parcel C, the the tenant area that was added to the program. So, but all of the areas have elevations like this that say where and what type of signs can be provided. Next slide, please. So for master sign programs, there need to be several findings: that they promote visual harmony, that they relate well to the building and are compatible with architecture. Next slide, please. That they're in character with the surrounding area, and that the total aggregate sign area does not exceed that ratio I mentioned of 1 square foot of area per 1 linear foot of public frontage. Next slide, please. That the permitted signage is no more than necessary, that it conforms with Emeryville planning regulations, which outline the maximum sign area allowed for signs. Next slide, please. Master sign programs are also subject to design review findings, so that the master sign program is consistent with the general plan and urban design goals and policies. Next slide, please. And that the design of a master sign program conforms to design guidelines. Next slide, please. And that the master sign program is of a high design quality that's compatible with and will not adversely affect the surrounding area. Next slide, please. So staff has found all these recommendations, has found all of these findings to be consistent and recommends approval of the master sign program. So as I mentioned before, the applicant is available for questions this evening, and as am I. Thank you.
Thank you, Navar. At this time, I want to go ahead and open it up for questions from the commission. Are there any questions to staff or the applicant from the commission?
I have no questions.
No questions from Commissioner Keller, and I'm not hearing anybody else. I do have a question here, Navar. I'm looking at the second slide, that the site location, and have some question about the western side of parcel G, public market brick building, and I know that there is an entrance on that side, and with a sign, as well as some wall signs that have been adhered to the building. Is there a reason why that portion of the building was excluded from this this plan?
Yeah, that is not a side of the building that there's any main entrances to any of the individual tenants. So if you think of the east side of that building, or the alley side, the courtyard as it's labeled here, there's actual entries to individual businesses from those sides, but there are no individual entrances for individual tenants from the west side of that. It's kind of the access driveway for there, not the front facade of the building.
Got it. Okay, and I have the same question for parcel C. It looks as though with the construction starting to wrap up there with the residential units, that there may be a leasing office or a community office of some sort for Avalon on the western side of that building. And the same question there. That does face a park, and it's not included on the lines that signify what's covered in this program.
Yeah, great question. So there's already approved signage for the residential portions of that building. And my recollection is that there aren't actually any facing the park area, that they're on 63rd Street. But there's already signage that's been approved for that part of the building, and it's separate from this.
Got it. Okay, those are my questions. And at this point, I want to go ahead and open it up for public hearing for anybody that may have comments or questions about this this portion of the agenda. Do you have any comments submitted at this point, Sherry?
No, we've received no comments at this time.
Okay, we'll give it a few seconds. All right. If no further comments have been submitted from the public, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing for this item and open it up for deliberation from the commission, beginning with Commissioner Keller.
I'm good. I have no comments. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any comments from the remainder of the commissioners?
Just one comment. I really like the look and the feel of the document, and I really want to congratulate the team and the staff members for putting all their efforts in the process and, accommodating and incorporating the comments or the recommendations that were specified by the planning commissioner last time around. Also, I want to note that I did see that the door signs were now limited to 10% as opposed to 25% earlier. And the overall size of the blade signs were also reduced. And I think both of these were make the document and what would be implemented out of it much more better. So congratulations, team.
Thank you, Commissioner Sohane. Are there any further comments from the commissioners? No? All right. I have a final comment here myself. I'm still, and this relates to the question I asked Navar. I'm interested in the at least parcel G west side being included in this program. And looking at slide 10 of your presentation, there are two different types of signs that I feel are already on that side of the building. We have wall signs, which have been adhered to the side of the building, as well as a door sign to the entryway from that side. And I have been seeing more residents using that entrance since Christie Park has opened up. And with the future development of other buildings adjacent to that side of the building, I think it would be good for us to include that part of the building as part of this program as we're making this decision today. But that's my only comment in terms of moving forward with this piece. This is an action item, so we're looking for a motion from anybody on the commission at this point.
So not hearing anything, I would make a motion with the addition of Chair Guerrero's request to add the west side.
All right.
I would second that.
Okay, we got 2 seconds. Who was the first person that's before Commissioner Donaldson?
Was me, Commissioner Young.
Okay, got it. So that's moved by Commissioner Keller with the addition of the west side of parcel G being included in the program, and then that was seconded by Commissioner Young. Can we have a roll call?
May I ask a clarifying question about that?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Navar? Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, Sherry, could we take it to the slide where it shows the individual storefronts and where they're located?
Do you know what slide number that is?
I have no idea. I apologize.
It's like,
I believe
I think it might be slide 9.
Oh, is it that far in?
Ah, there we go. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Okay. So
he's got the paper copy in front of him.
I can beat that.
yeah, that's handy. You're cheating. So if you want to add the west side to this, I think it might be good to have Mr. Peasy, who's on the call, speak to this, who's the applicant. But you're limited in that 1-to-1 ratio of square footage, and this would only be for what it looks like are those 4 businesses that front that side. And to my knowledge, there have never been any signs advertising directly, not advertising, but stating that those businesses are from there, because you can't really enter them from that side. So,
if I go ahead.
Go ahead, Charlie. No, I was just going to say, I think it's. Go ahead, Charlie, please.
All right, sorry. It's. I just wanted to mention that for any complex like this, where we have a master sign program, if a sign is proposed that is not covered by the master sign program, then we just treat it as an individual standalone sign application. And if it turns out to be a sign that would be large enough or have some characteristic about it that would trigger planning commission approval, then we would bring it to you for approval of that individual sign. Otherwise, we would treat it as a minor, a standalone minor sign permit. I suspect that's what the case is with any signs that are existing on that side. I don't know if Navarre recalls those or if they've been there longer than she has, than they have, excuse me. But I'm not sure. But again, they would be treated as individual sign applications.
Okay, and so Charlie, let me just clarify. The signs that are there are mainly new since the closure of the market and just advertising the remodeling and things like that. It's basically it's not a particular tenant, it's the owner. So it's mainly done by, it's mainly City Center Realty has put up signs that say they're open, come eat here, it's a travel around the world, things like that. And they're fairly large. So it's not so much a tenant sign as much as the property owner is kind of advertising and directing people.
Thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner Keller. And to be more clear, Navarre, those signs are primarily located on the B5 western side of the parcel map that we're looking at. And there may be one on G7, but G5 is where I'm mostly seeing those signs.
Right, and those are all the green signs, right?
Right.
That's correct.
Yes.
Right. So those, as I think it was Commissioner Keller just stated, I'm not sure, maybe it was Charlie. I'm a little confused now, to be honest. As someone recently said, those are not individual tenant signage. Those are more of a directional or property owner signage. So that would be a different type of signage than what's included in the rest of this master sign program that's really aimed at individual tenants.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and I want to check in with Charlie or Andrea and see if the motion that's proposed at this time is consistent with what Navarre just said.
Well, I would just like to request that the applicant be given an opportunity to respond to this addition to the proposal.
That's a great idea.
Thanks, Charlie, Navarre. This is Christopher at Hart-Howerton, one of the authors of the Master Sign Plan. We sort of agree with Charlie's thoughts that, the signage, the Master Sign Plan is geared towards tenant signage. And it's geared towards pretty normative tenant signage and tenant turnover. And anything that doesn't fall within those categories would normally, come to the planning department. And once it crosses a certain threshold, it would come before you. So, I think we want to acknowledge that, like we say throughout the document, there are certain kinds of signage which are not governed by the master sign plan. Once you get too high or too big, you don't get approval from this document. If you still want something that doesn't follow the rules, you go to the planning commission. So we do feel like, that's the back of the building. The main sign there is an entry to get into the whole public market. And we're happy to make an addition. We think that it's sort of an oddball and an anomaly, which is not exactly consistent with what we're trying to say with the rest of the document, and we prefer that it followed the path that Charlie has outlined. That said, we're anxious to get this approved. If that's what it takes, we can, add a page.
Thank you. And at this point, you said something in terms of treating that side of the building as the back of the building, and I think that's what we're trying to avoid here. And similar to our discussion with Parcel B, that was something that we really tried hard to avoid when we were approving the design for Parcel B. And likewise, I think that it would be important for us to treat the Market Drive as another entrance and not just the back entranceway. And that said, there is a motion on the floor. If anybody would like to make a friendly amendment, we can do that, but it has been moved and seconded. Is there any commissioner that'd like to make an amendment to the motion that's on the floor? All right. Are there any other further comments from staff or the applicant that you'd like to say before we move forward with the roll call vote?
Nope.
All right. Charlie, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Commissioner Mendez?
Aye.
Commissioner Sohani?
Aye.
Commissioner Young?
Aye.
And Chair Guerrero?
Aye.
6 ayes. The master sign program is approved with the addition of the west side. This decision is appealable to the City Council within 15 days.
Thank you, Charlie. All right, and thank you to the
Thanks,
applicant.
everybody.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Good night. All right, we're going to continue on to item 10.3. This is the floor area ratio increase, and this again is Navar. I'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. So here we are looking at a floor area increase at 1375 55th Street. Proposal is to add 449 square feet of floor area to an existing mezzanine within an existing office space use. Next slide, please. So to orient you to the project location, this building is on the south side of 55th Street where Voodoo Dead ends very close to Doyle Street. There's also a parking lot associated across the street on the north side of 55th Street with this building that serves this building solely. Next slide, please. And here's the front of the building. There's no proposed exterior changes. This is just to familiarize you with the building. This is considered a significant structure because of its architectural features. Next slide, please. So this is the existing Pickleworks building. It was previously offices for the Ann Martin Center, and now it's being refurbished for law offices. The proposal is to expand an existing mezzanine by adding 449 square feet of space. And as I just mentioned, there's no exterior changes, so this is all interior work. What's going on is that this work exceeds the floor area base ratio, and so it requires a conditional use permit and development bonus points. Next slide, please. So I know it's a little hard to see probably, but on the top we have the existing floor plan, and on the bottom we have the proposed floor plan. The only difference is you'll see there's a grade-in square towards the top of the stairs on the bottom one, and that is proposed addition to the mezzanine area. Next slide, please. So the general plan land use classification for this area is mixed use non-residential, which is the same as the zoning district. Next slide, please. And for the floor area ratio, the base here is 0.5, the maximum is 1.0. So the existing floor area is 0.61, so it's already over the base. So any addition, even if it's 449 square feet, requires a major conditional use permit. The additional 449 square feet is 0.01 FAR, so now the total proposed FAR is 0.62. Next slide, please. So this increase in FAR requires 2 bonus points. This is a non-residential use, and so they're required to pay an additional affordable housing impact fee. And the smallest affordable impact fee increment is for 5 bonus points, and so no other community benefits are required. And this requirement is to pay an additional 10% affordable housing impact fee. Next slide, please. And because that's kind of a lot of numbers to throw out there in a narrative format, here's the table this is from. So this is from our planning regulations, which say that in order to get 5 bonus points awarded, you have to pay 10% more in affordable housing impact fees. Next slide, please. So for parking, so office is an existing permitted use, and so there's no parking requirements for the existing space. There is parking required for that additional 449 square feet, which triggers a minimum of 1 parking space. The existing parking, as I showed you on the overhead view, is there's 2 parking lots for a total of 37 parking spaces. And there's already minimum short-term parking outside along the sidewalk in very good condition. And the applicant is also proposing to install a bicycle locker for 2 long-term bicycle parking spaces, which fulfill the bicycle parking requirement. Next slide, please. So the conditional use permit findings are that the proposed plan is consistent use the proposed use is consistent with the general plan. Next slide, please. That the design and characteristic is compatible with the neighborhood, and that the proposed use is compatible with utilities and emergency response systems. Next slide, please. And the proposed use contributes to the general well-being of the community and complies with the planning regulations. Next slide, please. And because there's development bonus involved, there's additional findings that the proposed project will provide community benefits, which this does. This provides those 5 bonus points we talked about from affordable housing impact fee. And the community benefit is clearly beyond what would otherwise be required. This is correct because the housing impact fees those additional 10% would not be paid otherwise. And then that the community benefit is acceptable and appropriate and provide tangible benefits. So this is the appropriate bonus point requirement that's from that table that I showed you earlier, and it will tangibly contribute to the city's affordable housing fund. Next slide, please. Also, because this is a significant building, the finding must be made that the project will retain and enhance all or most of the features of the structure that make it significant, and as there are no changes required to the existing building, all of those features are maintained. Next slide, please. So staff has reviewed the proposed project and finds it to be compatible with all general plan and planning regulations. Next slide, please. And staff recommends approval of this project. The applicant is also available this evening if you have any questions, as am I. There are no additional presentations this evening.
Thank you, Navarre. All right, at this point, I want to go ahead and open it up for any questions to Navarre or the applicant from the commission.
I'm just wondering what's the space going to be used for? Is it additional offices or conference room?
Yes, this is for just additional office space.
I would like to know if it's a permanent installation, or is this something that would just kind of go up and you'd be able to take it down later?
No, it requires, this is a permanent installation. If it was temporary, I don't think it would need to come to the commission.
Are there any further questions from commissioners at this point for Navarre or the applicant? All right, no questions from the commission at this point. I want to go ahead and open up public hearing for this item for any members of the public that would like to speak on behalf of this. Sherry, have there been any submissions at this point?
No, there have not.
Okay, thank you. We'll give it just a few more seconds there to wait and give people an opportunity. All right, and if there have been no submissions at this point, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing for this item and open it up for deliberation from the commission. Are there any commissioners that have comments that they'd like to say at this point about this item? I'm hearing no comments from commissioners at this point. And this is an action item, so looking for a motion.
I would move approval.
We have a move approval from Commissioner Donaldson. Do we have a second?
I'd be happy to second.
I didn't catch who that was.
Commissioner Sohane.
That's Commissioner Sohane seconded. And if everybody can mute their microphone for a moment, it's getting a little bit of wind or movement. Thank you. All right. So, Charlie, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, and be sure to remember to unmute your microphone when you vote. Commissioner Donaldson.
Thank you.
Aye.
Commissioner Keller.
Yes.
Commissioner Mendez.
Aye.
Commissioner Sohane.
Aye.
Commissioner Young. Commissioner Young.
Commissioner Young, you're on mute.
Aye. I'm sorry. I was on mute. Aye.
That's okay. Thank you. And Chair Guerrero.
Aye.
6 ayes. The application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Navar.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we're going to move on to item 10.4. This is bird safe building standards, and this item is for Diana Kina. Diana, would you like to begin with your presentation?
Yes, I would. So
Great.
This item is about bird safe building standards as expressed in a proposed ordinance amending the planning regulations. And you can see some of the sorts of things that people would use under these regulations here. Some fritz on the glass and some lines in various directions. Okay, next slide. Way back in October of 2018, the council set this as an agenda item. They held a discussion in February of last year and directed the Planning Commission to hold a study session, which they did in September. And then in November of last year, the City Council held a study session and directed us to prepare an ordinance. Next slide, please. So what this ordinance does in Chapter 4, Site Design, it adds a new Article 8, Bird Safe Buildings. This applies to new construction, replacement windows, and glass structures like breezeways, balconies, greenhouses, things like that. It requires bird-safe glazing on any 12 square feet of contiguous glass. It's not broken up by mullions or something. And it's required on 90% of the facade or of the little structure. And it's required on glass, near plants, or water features. The treatment can take the form of external screens like bug screens. Glass covered with a 2x4 pattern is shown below. That means you have to have stripes or dots or whatever that are either 2 inches apart vertically or 4 inches apart horizontally. It can be nets or cords or groove glass block or an alternative approved by the planning director. Or the applicant can put forth an alternative compliance plan by a qualified biologist, and that's because these things you have to look at the site and the situation to see if they're going to work, if they'll still reflect trees. Layering and recessing of glass, angled or faceted glass, louvers or grates, overhangs or awnings, clear glass block, grills, photovoltaic cells in the windows, or placement of plants. And in terms of site design, it bans mirrors near landscaping and says that air conditioning vents need to meet that 2x4 rule. Next slide, please. It also amends Article 8, Other Site Development Regulations, the part about lighting. We already prohibit uplighting. This would also limit lights that highlight architectural features or art to 100-watt bulb or equivalent, limit security lighting to 8 feet above the ground, and ban spotlights, searchlights, lasers, beams, floodlights, and mercury vapor lights. Those are the yellow ones. Next slide, please. To amend the planning regulations, the Planning Commission has to make 5 findings. One is that the amendment is consistent with the general plan, and this amendment is consistent with 2 goals: preservation and protection of natural resources, because it protects birds, and protection of public health, because the birds control insects and rodents. Second finding is that it's necessary for public health, safety, and welfare, or will benefit the public. It's necessary for public health, safety, and welfare because it's needed to protect birds from collisions, and birds promote human health. And it will benefit the public because the birds provide beauty and songs and pollinate plants and spread seeds. Third finding is that it's been reviewed in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and we are recommending the common sense exemption. It can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the amendment may have a significant effect on the environment.
The alarm.
And the fifth finding is that if there were a change to the zoning map, the property is suitable for the use and it would not be detrimental to the surroundings, but we don't have a change to the zoning map here. Next slide, please. We have received a letter from the Golden Gate Audubon Society, and I think you all have it. It supports the proposed amendment to the planning regulations, and it makes a few points that I haven't made before in my staff reports. Birds connect residents and visitors with nature. Over 185 species of birds are documented in Emeryville, and New York City adopted a bird-safe building ordinance in late 2019 after we had our study sessions. So these are some of the birds we have around here. Next slide, please. So staff recommends that the Planning Commission open the public hearing and take testimony regarding the proposed amendment, close the public hearing and consider the staff report and resolution, and adopt a resolution recommending City Council adoption of the proposed amendments to the planning regulations. So that completes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. And someone from the Audubon Society is available to answer questions, but she's not on chat, so we would just have to say it in live stream and then wait for her to type something in, I guess. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Diane. Are there any questions for the applicant or Diane at this point from the Commission?
This is Commissioner Mendez. I had a question about the height requirements of this treatment. Is that something that will be determined by the environmental specialist, or how would that be determined?
No. When we held the Planning Commission and Council study sessions, I presented information. I know that the New York ordinance has has standards that go up to 75 feet, and some other ordinances have standards that go up to various 60 feet or whatever, because that's where the trees are. But I got information from the bird advocates, and some of the planning commissioners agreed that there are birds that fly higher than that, and that although most collisions apply in the lower parts of the buildings, some are higher up. So the Planning Commission decided not to have a height limit on these restrictions. They would apply to the whole building as proposed. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, it does. And then I had a second question, which I think you did present on this, but I just want to get clarification. So this would affect new buildings. Would it also affect existing buildings that have any exterior modifications if it's not glazing modifications?
If it's not glazing modifications, no.
No. Okay. Okay, and that was it. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from commissioners? All right, I'm not hearing any questions at this point from the Commission, so I want to go ahead and open up public hearing for this item for any members of the public that would like to speak on behalf of this. Sherry, have there been any submissions at this point?
Yes, so far I have 2.
Oh, great. All right. Would you like to read those?
Yes, I will. The first one is from Noreen Whedon. She says, "Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the bird-safe building standards for Emeryville. During the current health emergency, while sheltering in place, we are stressed, yet many people are seeking and appreciating the nature around us. With less noise, people are enjoying hearing birds sing. People are looking out their windows and into their backyards, or some people near the San Francisco Bay are noticing the spring migration of birds or watching birds start to nest. Birds provide ecological benefits for people, and they also connect us to the natural world. Resident and migratory birds face many threats today, from climate change to loss of habitat to development. U.S. Fish and Wildlife estimates 1 million birds per day die from building collisions. The bird-building collision issue has been well documented in scientific studies, including locally at the California Academy of Sciences in Golden Gate Park. This bird-safe building ordinance before you is a significant step to help birds survive. We appreciate the research that Diana Kina and other Emeryville city staff have done in researching the issue and evaluating what other cities have done in order to prepare this ordinance. The Bird Safe Building Standards Ordinance is beneficial for birds in our local environment. In approving this ordinance, Emeryville can join the forefront of cities protecting their bird populations into the future. Golden Gate Audubon supports this ordinance, and we encourage its approval by the Planning Commission. And then there's the second one, and the person has submitted this via the online comment card, so I'm glad to know that that is working. They did not give their name, but here's their comment. This ordinance is so exciting for creating a green, biodiverse Emeryville. The planners made good recommendations based on what works in ordinances passed in other cities and more up-to-date knowledge on the relationship between building design features and bird strikes. Save many birds by not just limiting next to water park or park features, and especially on the lighting. Thank you." And that's the last comment I have at this time.
Thank you so much. All right, and so we'll give just a few seconds here for anybody else that might like to submit a comment on this item. Are there any further comments submitted?
No, there are not. And I'm sorry you hear an alarm. I think we stayed too long. The alarm's going off, but I'm going to mute my thing here.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing for this item and move to deliberation from commissioners. Are there any commissioners that would like to speak on behalf of this item? All right. I'm hearing silence.
Very well researched.
Donaldson.
I just want to say it was very well researched and it's pretty comprehensive, and I'm sure appreciating having the birds around these days.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would tend to agree as well. I think it's really nice to do as much as we can for them. I mean, they do eat bugs and they do take care of. I have a little concern though with this COVID thing going around. As you know, now that some animals are now coming up with it. Is this something that we need to actually address at the same time?
Are there any further comments from commissioners at this point? All right. This is an action item, so we're looking for a motion if anybody would like to move forward with that.
I would move approval.
All right, we have moved. A motion moved by Commissioner Donaldson. Do we have a second?
I would second that. I second it from Keller.
All right, that's a second for Commissioner Keller. Charlie, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Commissioner Mendez?
Aye.
Commissioner Sohane?
Aye.
Commissioner Young?
Aye.
And Chair Guerrero?
Aye.
6 ayes. The motion is approved. We will forward your recommendation to the City Council that these amendments to the planning regulations be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Diana. Have a good evening.
You're welcome.
All right. We are reaching the tail end of our meeting here. So we have item number 11. This is a chance for Planning Commissioner comments. And I'll go down the list like I did earlier. If there's any comments from Commissioner Keller.
Just thanking the staff and all the commissioners for being adaptable and making this work so we can get on with the city business. I think everyone's done a great job, so greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Commissioner Donaldson, any final comments?
I would echo that comment. I think the staff has done a great job, and I'm glad that we're all here and able to participate, and we'll keep on moving.
All right. Any final comments from the remaining commissioners?
Great job, staff, for having this platform for us to move these articles on instead of them filing. And then I also want to take the opportunity to welcome Commissioner Mendez on everyone's behalf. Really look forward to working with you on all the future exciting projects that happen in Emeryville. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. And I would also like to thank everybody, the staff, and everybody on this call who has welcomed me. I can't wait to the day that we could actually meet in person safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mendez. I feel the same way. I'm ready to get back to whatever normal is after this, and hope we see everybody in person at some point in the near future. All right. So at this point, again, welcome, Commissioner Mendez. Excited to meet you in person at some point. And thank you again to all the city staff for all the hard work that you're putting in here during this time. It's not unappreciated. And what a marathon meeting, huh? We're getting close to just a little bit past 11, and we're all finished. Right. So if there are no further comments at this time from commissioners, I'm going to give you a second there before I adjourn.
Just thank you, and everyone stay safe and healthy.
All right.
And I want to thank the commissioners for your flexibility.
I'm on East Coast time. I'm working with the SBA in Washington, D.C., actually. So I'm over here working with the SBA on the COVID relief for people for businesses that have got nailed by that. So I'm kind of in the middle of all that right now. So I'm sorry I'm a little bit white, but thank you. It was a really great meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Wow.
All right. That's great work, Commissioner Young. Thanks for all the work that you're doing with that. With that said, I want to go ahead and close and adjourn this meeting at 11:07 and call this meeting to order. Thank you.